close. I was close to being late. Oh, you can blame Murdy. What's up? How's everyone doing? Hyped for the return? I'm hyped as well. It's gonna be sick. Loretta. How we doing? How we doing? We have to fill the hole. Get on it. The real Briarwoods arc starts now. Hell yeah. I'm psyched. Let's go. As opposed to the false Briarwoods, a false flag. Yeah, they're just not real. We killed the real Briarwoods long ago. Hyped for the return. What's up, Hans? I'm hyped as well. I'm super duper excited. He's alive. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, Admiral Jack Barr? Seen you in the comments. Welcome, welcome to the live. Glad to have you. What's up, Eden? What's up, Heath? How we doing? How we going? I see several people that I think are new. Heath, is this also your first live, or were you in the last live? I can't recall. I've had 2 weeks of essentially like nothing. Like the last 2 weeks have just gone by in an absolute sick blur. Fun fact, turns out I didn't have COVID, and when they said I had the flu, they were actually wrong. I did have the flu, and I still have the flu. And he's like, oops, it took too long. We waited too long, so now flu medicine isn't gonna work. So just ride it out, my man. And I was like, is it gonna get better? And he's like, maybe. Come in if it doesn't. So that's cool. It's feeling better right now, but there is just the possibility that it just gets worse again. So that's sick. That's super cool. I should have just gone to the doctor earlier. Is the lesson. I waited until like a week and a half had gone by before I went to the doctor. So, you know, my fault, but what's up, Wired? What up? Welcome, welcome. Welcome back to all of you. Thank you. I was in the last one. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, it was either not at all or just the last one, but I was gone. I was just so, I'm still a little foggy, but I am better than I was in the part 1 of this episode right now. Better than I was. So that's how I know I can do it. Flu tend to get better if it doesn't kill you, so it's a good sign. I think that's why my doctor also wasn't like too worried. He was just like, yeah, just like ride it out. It might like, you might like come in, like, you might have some like dips and valleys, but you'll probably be fine. What up, what up, what up? Such great advice. My job requires a doctor's note after 3 days. I was talking to my job the whole time, and I kept being like, you know, I can do like maybe X, Y, and Z, and they were like, no, stay home, take your time, which was cool, but also I just had to use a bunch of my sick time. So thankfully I had a shitload saved up. So that went well. What up, Undead King? What up, D&D Warrior? I don't recognize you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Going to the doctor is one of those things I recommend to other people as I slowly fall apart and ignore everything. That's how I feel about the dentist. I need to find a dentist. I haven't been since I moved here, and I have not taken the time to find one. Even though everyone should definitely go to the dentist, like, obviously. Yeah, I don't know, man. But welcome. I'm going to, you know, we can go a little bit slower this stream because it is a half stream or a half ep, I should say. But I'm not going to go too much slower. So we'll get into it, especially because my takeaway is abnormally big, I would say, especially for it only having been a half-parter. He works with a man his job already knew everything because they hacked into the doctor's office. Yeah, obviously, clearly. Um, but no, so I have some takeaways from last episode that I think are interesting. And I'm going to start in classic me fashion with an analogy. Love the list you can go over. Okay, look. I was watching a chess video today and I saw a chick with this hairdo and I'd never seen it before and I was like, that's sick as hell. So, and she could have been a lesbian. I don't know. But I have, and maybe that's something you guys will slowly get to know about my style. I have no, like I have like a general understanding of like what is considered masculine and feminine. Obviously, I live life. I feel like I have had to develop that sense. But I don't really respect it, if that makes sense. Like, I just like fuck with feminine shit sometimes. Like, obviously my hair, I like rings, like I don't love painting my nails, but more just because it's work, not because I actually dislike it. I'm afraid of needles, so I'm not going to get my ears pierced, but I have no problem with it. So it's just like, I don't know. If I like something, it doesn't matter in my brain. This isn't even like I'm making the decision of like, ugh, I'm so evolved. I'm so evolved. I don't care if something's considered feminine. Like, just like my brain just like doesn't, it registers it, but it just can't care. I don't know. I don't know what in my brain chemistry is like that, but I just have no, like, I would wear dresses if it wasn't going to make life actively harder for me. Like, if I walked out in a dress, I would like get looks, and like, I'm not about like getting attention in public. So it's like, that's the only reason I don't, is just because I don't want to make life harder for myself. But yeah, that's my style. Hello, just finished C2 EP 95. Ooh, what up, Guy? I recognize you, Guy, so I don't think this is your first one, but very nice. You're making your way through C2, and very, very nice. I reject the premise, sorta. It's like, historically that shit is just so, like wibbly wobbly. Like, high heels were originally like invented for dudes. Like, guys used to wear robes and dresses. Like, I just don't like, I don't know. I just don't really, my brain just like doesn't process it as like something I need to care about. New subscriber, found your channel 3 days ago. Just wanted to say I've loved all your content so far. What up, Slow Drowned? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I fucking love making it. I'm so excited. I've got so much planned for the new year, and I don't know exactly what we're gonna do about Christmas. I don't know how much of a break I'm gonna take, but I am prepping some shit. It's gonna be great. The new year is gonna be dope. I got a lot of new ideas, new series, potentially even like new systems to engage with, like kind of outside of content. It's gonna be sick. But yeah, love for those catching up. Hell yeah, love for those catching up. So anyways, Mega, did you ever get my message back on Discord? No, I didn't. But you do need to get modded. Add as a mod. Dink. There you go, SSH. I don't know if that's what you Discord messaged me about, but that I did completely forget to do that. I was making a newly coined viral reference, i.e. the zipper flick guy not wanting to debate the bad faith interviewer guy. Whoa, I have no idea what you're talking about. But probably nice cultural reference. Oh yeah, you just said you'd be down. Sick. All right. That's why I'm on C3 EP 81. Very nice. Very nice. One of us. Just wanted to make sure my reply didn't get lost. Oh, no. You're good. You're good. Thank you. Sick. Okay. So, let's talk. Episode 28. It was so long ago that I kind of had to remind myself what the fuck even happened. So, the first thing I want to talk about, I have like two main takeaways that are sort of connected, but also kind of separate. Number one is the Bahir fight. Now, I want to say, in general, found you a few days ago, only on the second episode. Ooh, D&D Warrior, you got some catching up to do. I mean, check out the highlight videos if you want to, like, see, like, a really quick recap. The highlight videos will take you, like, a tenth of the time that the actual VODs will. And we're about to put out episodes 6 through 10, the highlight video sometime this week. But I appreciate you, man. If you want to watch through all the VODs, feel fucking free. I would love it. Episode 28, AK 4 scored 7 years ago, basically. God, I'm getting lost. I was thinking about the Bahir fight because I think that the Bahir fight is a great example of bad pacing making a otherwise well-designed encounter and like campaign segment less good than it could be. So with that hedging, I think that the Bahir fight was well placed when we look at the like general arcs and like its general purpose within the story and the narrative and like what we're talking about here. Like, it is a travel montage fight, right? It's essentially occupies the same general area as like, you know, you rolling on a random table. Fuck, it could have even been a random table on the back end. But I think that the Bahir is a really good choice. It is something that feels very exotic, right? It's a fucking giant lizard that breathes lightning. Like, it's very cool, very interesting, very novel. So I think that the Bahir is a really good choice for this sort of travel montage, on the road type of fight, because it puts you more into the, you know, strange land, odd ecosystem type of mindset. And I think that we did need one of those types of combats just to suck out some resources. I mean, that's D&D, baby. We need to suck out some resources occasionally. And I think a fight right around there in the arc made a lot of sense. And I think that the Bahir was a good choice for it. Now, let's talk about the bad. I only found out about the highlight episode after having finished the first 5 episodes, VODs. I want to get the highlight episodes out more quickly, but also I have, like, you know, there are some complications. But one of the new things I'm introducing in the new year, I think will help those highlight videos come out faster. So I'm looking forward to that to help people catch up. I think the highlight vids are new. I only learned about them today. No, 1 through 5 has been out for a while. 6 through 10 is, I think 1 through 5 has been out for like a month or month and a half. And 6 through 10 is coming out this week. Bahir, be there, be everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear, Game Theory, FNAF Ref. Nice. I actually know Psychic Friend Fredbear. I've never played a FNAF game, but I have watched all of the game theories on them. But anyway, so let's talk about the bad. So D&D combats are kind of like bombs. All right, now follow me on this one. A D&D combat is kind of like a bomb. It should have stakes. It should have tension. If a bomb explodes, it's gonna do something assumingly bad. It's not a Care Bear bomb. It's a bad bomb. Let's say that D&D combats are like bad bombs, not good bombs. But the process of diffusing or otherwise mitigating the damage of a bomb is a puzzle, right? You're not like looking to like beat someone in a contested match of skill. It's not a baseball game. It's not a wrestling match, you know? It is a puzzle. Can I diffuse this? Can I transport it somewhere? Can I shield it somehow to contain the damage? Right? It's a puzzle. And if you've watched the previous VODs, you will know I very often compare D&D combat to a puzzle for the exact same reason. D&D combat is not a matched contest. It is a puzzle that has a solution. Now, sometimes that solution is fucking run away. Sometimes it is you need to use this arena especially carefully. Sometimes you need to use your resources especially carefully. That sort of thing. Sometimes it's just a really easy puzzle. It's a puzzle made for third graders and you just breeze through it. Like, that's what D&D combat is. So let's think about it as a bomb when it comes to pacing and the setting of the stakes. When you are actually in the D&D combat, it is like you are in the process of defusing the bomb. You are messing with gears and tubes and wires. Right, it might as well not be a bomb anymore. Like, yeah, there's the risk factor that's sitting in the back of your skull, but if that risk factor wasn't well established ahead of time, it might not feel like there are many stakes. Maybe this is a toy bomb. I don't know. So, in order to have a bomb be a good and central part of a story, you need to set the stakes ahead of time. For example, in The Dark Knight, we spend most of the movie setting up the stakes, and then there are two people strapped up to bombs, and he can only save one. That's the puzzle. How can he save both? Spoiler alert, he can't. And with that, there's a reason that I don't love starting a session with a combat, like in a combat. Because we kind of lose the setting of the stakes. We kind of forget that it's a bomb, right? Like, the cool part about the Behir was the tension of them trying to avoid it, the anti-life shell, it pouncing down on them and crackling electricity going around its maw as they encounter it for the first time. Like, that's the setting of the stakes. That is us understanding that this bomb is going to blow up the whole tri-state area, right? It's that narrative description, and then we go into diffusing it, and we've got those stakes sitting in the back of our head. We've just come from them, so the diffusal process feels very integral. It feels very tense, because otherwise, D&D combat's kind of boring. Like, it's not the most interesting thing beyond just solving a challenging puzzle, which is interesting. Solving a challenging puzzle can be very interesting and rewarding, but we can lose the stakes sometimes. And so I think with this Behir fight, I didn't love, and I think this actually goes, another fight recently that I didn't love was the silent stalkers or the invisible stalkers that Percy was fighting solo at first and then the rest of the party came in. I think it was partially the same thing where we didn't get any real chance to like build up tension around these silent stalkers and around the combat in general. Now, you're not always going to be able to do that. I think that would have been much harder with the invisible stalkers, but Matt successfully did that with the Behir. I felt afraid of the Behir when he introduced it. But then we ended session. And yeah, you still get the recap, probably. But it loses a lot of that oomph that it had when you start the session right on that combat. Now, if that's the way that the pacing of the session just works out, and you as a DM think that that's where it'll end, I would maybe end more around the point where Matt was saying, like, you see a slimy slimy blue carapace slither over the rock just out of sight. And that's where we'll end the session. Then, when the session starts, they are immediately confronted with something. They're still in an encounter. And I've said that before, that I really like to start my sessions with encounters. Like, I really like for me to immediately thrust the players into the action and make them make decisions and, like, present them with something that they can react to. But there's a very key difference. I would like for there to be a little bit more narrative time to build up the combat before it actually triggers. Otherwise, the combat, in my opinion, can be a really slow start to a session. And in that session in particular, I felt like the Bahir fight was very slow, especially when they like slow, like in terms of interest, especially when they killed it so fast. I was like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Interesting. I felt the opposite. Bored by the Bahir fight, on the edge of my seat for the Invisible Stalker fight. And something that I'll highlight with the Invisible Stalker fight, and I don't actually think we feel the opposite. I think we feel the same. Because I think that it would have been harder to pump up the Invisible Stalker fight even more. And I do think that Matt did pump it up to a degree by having the monologue from the Storm Cloud before the Invisible Stalker fight. It got us more into the emotion of the session, reminded us what was at stake, rather than just starting the session with, hey, Percy, you hear the dude choking to death outside. We're in combat, roll initiative. Like that, I don't think that would have been nearly as good. Even if he had delivered the monologue afterward, I think that would have been a much worse order to do things in. And so I think that the Bahir fight, I very much understand why, you forget about the Bahir fight, because number one, I don't think it was as narratively impactful as the Invisible Stalker fight, just because of the purpose that it was serving in the course of the arc, but also because it lost all of its narrative tension. Like, we totally forgot about what was at stake, and then we just jumped into a puzzle. Nothing about the narrative was still there. How would you feel about starting with an actual puzzle immediately? Same sort of way. Same sort of way. I think you need something to build up the stakes. Like, imagine National Treasure if we started them in front of a puzzle lock door. That they're like, oh, like, we found all of these codes in the prologue, and then we flash back even, but you need a bit of breathing room, I think, to introduce the puzzle or the combat. So I would rather us start with maybe they actually, I have a great video game example. Let's talk about Skyrim. In the very first dungeon of Skyrim, Bleak Falls Barrow, there is a moment where you are walking through the dungeon and you look down a long hallway and you see a person go forward and pull a lever. They immediately get shot with arrows and die. And then you walk into that room. That's all it takes. That is the ratcheting of the stakes. Now, the bad thing to do would be to show that scene, show the dude, pull the lever, get killed, and then end the session, and then start the session with the puzzle. It completely, you're building up this level of tension, and you do not want to end right when you've succeeded in building up that tension. You can end partway through it. So you could say you look down a long corridor, and you see, he's not facing you, but you see a lone figure standing in front of a lever, reaching out their hand to grasp it. Then we start the next session with they pull the lever, this narrative, this new information for them to react to, and it makes the momentum going into the puzzle much, much higher. I liked how the Stalker fight had phases as more people tried to join and arrive. I think the Stalker fight was fine. Honestly, I didn't love it, but I think that it did a couple of interesting things. I think Invisible Stalkers are interesting monsters, and I do think in the moment I didn't really get what it was going for, but in retrospect I was like, okay, it's to try to make them feel not very safe, try to push them out of the keep. I don't think it did it overly effectively, in terms of its narrative impact, but I do think that it was very interesting as a fight. That sequence with Percy's dream sequencing into the invisible thing choking the guy while Percy is alone in his own dungeon, it's spooky. Exactly, Rebecca. We need a little bit of a buildup. We need some rising tension in order to make a combat feel good, which is what the Behir fight was missing. It had rising tension just the session before. Don't go so hard on the criticism. Remember, you still have 123 episodes to go before the show actually gets good. Look, I will gush all day long and I will criticize all day long. I don't care where we are or what we're doing. All just depends on what I think. You know what? Admiral Jackbar, I think you're right. I think you are completely accurate. I totally get the impression that the Behir fight was supposed to end the session. So, this will happen. This will happen a lot, where something that you planned as a DM doesn't get to happen because something else in the session took too long. So you need to have this in the back of your mind of where is a good place to end the session. I wouldn't end it right when you're rolling initiative. I think that's my overall thesis with this. You want to end it a little bit before that. Like, try to establish some tension. Try to establish a little bit of a, what do you call it? Not a hook. A, cliffhanger. Try to establish a little bit of a cliffhanger, but leave yourself enough narrative runway to still be able to establish tension before the fight next session, is what I would go with. They didn't continue the Behir fight because of Comic-Con. You're totally right, Lassie. You're totally right, Jackbar, Lassie. And I think that, like, it is very reasonable that they wouldn't have done the Behir fight the previous session. I'm saying they should have probably ended the previous session even a little bit earlier than they did. Who is Orion? Never heard of him. He's not in the thumbnail. What is a better cliffhanger than combat? I mean, okay, legitimately, I do think it made a good cliffhanger in the previous session. But I don't think that amount of cliffhanger is worth the super slow start. Like, I know you were joking, SSH, but legitimately, it is probably a better cliffhanger than what I am suggesting. But I think that you are trading out maybe a 1 or 2 increase for like a 3 or 4 decrease at the beginning of the next session. It's just my opinion there. So next, let's keep talking about pacing. I got more takeaways. I know. Let's keep talking about pacing. Now, I'm going to phrase the rest of this like a criticism, even though it's actually not. Because the rest of this, we're going to have to put ourselves in make-believe land, because I'm going to criticize the last bit that I watched as if it is a standalone session, even though I know it's not. Like, I think what it was works because I know that there's half a session that I haven't seen. But if we do put ourselves into the make-believe mindset of that was a whole session, I think there are things that we can learn from that and, like, take away. So, like, I don't actually think that, like, the criticisms that I'm about to levy actually apply, but keep these criticisms in the back of your mind because they might apply to your games without you realizing it. I do think Matt loves ending the session at the most dramatic moment, and I think he does this fairly often, ending right before combat. Look, I think that Matt is really good at identifying dramatic moments and dramatic tension, but I think that does sometimes come at the cost of other facets of the session and the campaign. My man was so sick the last CR stream that is he actually going to remember anything? Yes, I am, because frankly, not that much happened. But what I want to talk about, let's talk about traversing through the wilderness and the stone giant fortress. Now, traversing through the wilderness, I complimented Matt a lot last session. I think he did great. I think that the actual traversal between the Behir fight and the stone giant fortress was very nice. However, the stone giant fortress itself, again, assuming that this was a contained session, which I know it's not, I don't think gave me enough as a point of interest during a travel montage. because that's what it was. It was this big point of interest. And when they actually took the legitimate risk to go up and investigate it, they did get some reward. They got some information. All the stone giants are gone. What? There's pools of blood everywhere, but no bodies. Huh? What's going on? That's interesting. Like, that is a cool and interesting thing. However, it was a museum. And not even a museum. It was a museum with all of the plaques removed. There was basically nothing to do in there. There was no way for the characters to actively and obviously uncover more information, which I do think is important. I think it's important to have information to allow your real sleuths to uncover. You know, if they just so happen to ask the exact right question, or if they happen to investigate the exact right area. I think that having a very hidden piece of information is good. But I also think that there should be a more obvious challenge, or a more obvious point of intrigue. Like, with the pools of blood and the missing bodies, okay, like, that is an interesting thing, but there's nothing to do with it. Like, explicitly even, because there are no bodies, we can't even cast Speak with Dead on them. So, like, there's just nothing to be done actively in this area. And eventually, Matt keeps the pressure on and pushes them out of the area. Now, he might not have known exactly how they were going to react, but anytime that you keep the pressure on as a DM, you are implicitly asking them to move, and retreat is always a form and an option for movement. Now, as a way that I would have changed that, I would have had some of the blood be written on the walls or on the floors in some language that maybe the PCs know, maybe they don't. If you're looking to target one player, maybe one player hasn't been taking as much initiative during the narrative parts of the campaign, maybe they're a little bit quieter, I would try to target a language that only they know. So say, you know, it's written in XYZ language. Do any of you speak that? When in your head, you know that the quiet person speaks it, right? And then that gives them a moment to interact. There's maybe an extra piece of information that you can reveal to them. And now they've interacted with the location rather than just taking a tour. Right? That's sort of what that felt like. However, that is, if that is the main focal point of interest in this session, I think alternatively, as a tone setter for what they are about to experience in the later parts of the session. Like, if they're going to go and learn more about what happened to the stone giants, the level of information that Matt gave them is completely fine. Like, I want to make that very clear. That, in that case, is not really something that they're meant to interact with. It might as well be skywriting or something that they just find along the road. The only difference is that they had to actively choose to pursue it and enter the fortress. That is their reward. If that is a tone setter for the second half of the session. But if that session was isolated, your tone setter was the Behir and the Harpies, and now your point of interest should be the Stone Giant Fortress, or whatever is the alternative to the Stone Giant Fortress. So these are really small things where, like, how you design your world and how much information you choose to include can be dependent on the pacing of your session and can make some things feel better or worse. That's not to say that you should, like, in detail, meticulously, you know, carve out your worlds to pace with 6-hour sessions, whatever. That is to say, in a lot of situations like this, I would have optional pieces of information that may or may not be there, depending on what the pace of the session feels like. So you create a location like the Storm Giant Fortress, and you say, okay, you know, if they get there and, you know, the session is really fucking dragging, for some reason the Behir fight took them 2,000 years, then I'm going to add in this writing or these other things within the Stone Giant Fortress to make it more of a point of interest. But if they go through it really quickly, and I think I'm going to have time to get to that later point of interest, I'll kind of pare down the Stone Giant Fortress a little bit. I'll get rid of the writing. I'll just have it be the Pools of Blood. So that's a big recommendation I would make, especially for these optional things, is kind of make there be like levels to them of like how much is there versus how much isn't. And then you can choose to include or exclude things depending on how it feels in the moment. Grog got the nat 20 smart, and we love that for him. We do love that for Grog. I agree. Big character moments. We love it for Grog to be a little intelligent boy. Write it in bear, then Trinket can have his moment in the spotlight. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's perfect, SSH. Grog does speak giant, but he famously can't read. Or put some furniture in the middle of the room. You guys are so right. You guys are so right and true and based. What up, Mustang? How you doing? All right. So, only 30 minutes later, that's my takeaway. I think overall, slow start, but I really liked the travel sequences, and I really like the Stone Giant Fortress as a tone setter for what will happen next. I think that I, personally, am not going to enjoy what happens next as much because I'm not in that tone, but that sort of can't be helped, and I'll try to like remember that and think about that in my critiques of any like tone or pacing issues. Like, no, like I'm coming into this in an abnormal way, you know? All right, so critical role watch. Theater mode. Uh-oh. Theater mode. We're free. And I totally forgot about this. I need to remove all of the Orion and Tiberius stuff. So, but he's still being played in this session. So the only thing, I'll just give us free OAC. But I still think that both of these could happen, even with Matt playing him. So let's leave him on there and just see what happens. You know what I'm schmaying? I think that we're at a good point. I need to bring up the time codes just to make sure. Episode 28, 37 is when they come back for break. So yeah, we're chilling. So, he went to Draconia though. He has not gone to Draconia yet. Matt is still actively playing him. He will go to Draconia at some point.
As well, since you've been here before, you would know the city.
I assume at least.
Well.
Maps.
This is the most exciting map I've ever been handed.
So you can.
Whoa!
So that'll give you a.
What the
what?
what?
Little too close.
Tiberius
Hold
lives
it
in our
on your
hearts.
seat over there for people to take a look
Don't.
at, probably.
Just don't.
There you go. But
It won't fit in my folder.
that is a
Map time.
basic rundown of the
Little lower.
size, design, and shape of
Ooh.
Whitestone with Castle Whitestone.
Wait, okay, so we're just seeing Whitestone. That we're just here. We're just here. Okay. Oh, no worries, Admiral. I mean, I can guess what's going to happen to Tiberius. That's not something I'm too worried about getting spoiled.
And towards the top, built on top of a leveled off mountain that marks.
We bet not just me, us. No, Tiberius has left. Wait, I'm pretty sure he left after the Bahir fight. Wait, what? Am I totally incorrect? Did he just bounce? Oh God, you guys are so right. You guys are 1,000% right. Tiberius is gone. Tiberius bounced after the Bahir fight. You're 1,000% right. Mine is back. What the hell even happened? I didn't even drop any frames. I don't know. Man, that's just internet shit. Okay, I'm pulling back up. I'm pulling things up on my end. Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I don't have any free time anymore.
They sell those stock, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
yeah, totally.
Right.
What's this little outcropping?
The little outcropping to the east of it was the graveyard to Whitestone. That was where most of the regular denizens were interred. It has been expanded over the years as the city itself has been around for quite a few generations.
Does this graveyard have catacombs? Tombs? Underground passages?
Yes. Yeah, we already know that, right? I think.
Do you ask this of Percy?
Yes.
That graveyard does not. It is a surface graveyard.
Surface graveyard.
There is a mausoleum,
Is a mausoleum.
but that
But that
is actually
is actually
contained beneath the castle.
castle.
So knowledgeable.
Riveting.
This is
So,
going to be that kind of
Percy,
game.
do you know of any secret passages to get actually into the castle?
I was wondering that myself.
There is one that you took to escape.
Yes,
Cassandra
there is
pulled you
one.
from.
Where is it?
There is.
Quickly
Yeah, it is to the
I'm gonna let you go. Yeah.
the very very kind of western edge of the mountain precipice that the castle was built on. It was built to be specifically an escape in case the place was under siege. Unfortunately, the circumstances of the evening happened so rapidly and with creatures that seemingly were unnatural, the family didn't have time to really make it out. And even you weren't fully aware of it. Cassandra, however, had overheard discussions about the past and took that as your escape route. But yeah, it's like a hidden tunnel at the very base of that mountain.
So is it possible? I say we scope out the hidden entrance, see if it's guarded, see if they've discovered it.
To the town and to the castle.
The hidden entrance to the castle, and instead of using it, I actually think we should possibly.
You know, slow drowned. I'll give it. Really fast. Yeah, I'll say Scanlan made Percy made the whole group crack up. Oh wait, I don't. Oh, there it is. Yep. And also, someone asked about, where is the Bingo Baker link? I'm not focusing so much anymore on the whole, let's do the bingo together. But if anyone does want to play along, that's just something that they're interested in, I'll throw the Bingo Baker chat or the Bingo Baker link in the chat. So feel free if you want your own bingo card. It's there. Bingo B3 made the table laugh. Yeah, I think so. I think totally so.
Spend the night and get a view of the town and see if there's anything unusual.
Agreed. Can you camp out and hide?
Watch from afar. What's that going to tell us?
We could send one in. Well,
Send a bird in,
or an
Or an
invisible,
invisible gnome.
little person.
Or both.
or both. An invisible bird. No. Sorry.
But never mind.
Yeah, just to see if the town is normal or not.
It could be all vampires, or it could be a totally normal town.
if it's all vampires, it'll be empty right now.
because it's daytime.
Oh, also, John, it doesn't have the question mark anymore. I figured that having some commands with and without question marks would be a little confusing. But earlier someone did do the exclamation point commands. So if anyone wants to know the commands that are available in chat, feel free to either go back and look at that chat message or do, exclamation point commands yourself. I did add some new ones. And if anyone has any ideas, I'm going to try. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to try to more quickly implement them in the future. So, yeah. If you can chat, check Discord media channel. Oh, yeah. I can do that. Let's see. The bearded dragon. Hello. What's up, Mert? 37 folks watching. I know, it's so sick. It's so exciting how much the community has grown so quickly. I feel like, it was kind of hovering around 10, 15 for a while and kind of hit a whole new tier. So welcome everyone. We're very glad and excited to have you. Need more likes, only 9 right now. Hey, LCS. Not working tomorrow, so I can watch it. Very cool. Very nice. I'm glad to have you.
We
Shall I
should
do a
definitely
flyby?
attack during the day.
Yes.
We should send one by air and one by land.
How far are we?
You wanna do that?
You guys have been traveling through the forest, and it is a very dense forest, but it is mostly cold.
The OG. I mean, at this point, obviously I am so excited by having, 39, 40 viewers, but I consider you all OGs. If you're around before 1,000 subscribers, I think you're an OG.
Weather, trees, pines, and there is, you can see once you get inside the forest, the ground itself is very thick, and there are elements of melting snow on the top of the trees. There was recently a snowfall in this area, but it seems like it's been a while. Most of it's now turned to slush and water. You have about, I'd say, about 2 hours of travel into the forest, and you all immediately catch up and hear the sound of distant howling.
Is it nighttime? Oh, that's scary.
Distant howling. Does it sound like wolves? Can I do a nature check to see if
Yeah,
I
make a nature check.
Stealth? Not the middle die.
You just make a stealth check.
Okay, 16, 26.
26. Those are wolves. Sounds like just a pack of wolves, probably close to anywhere from 5 or 6.
Would I think it would be weird that they are out howling during the daytime?
You gather that it is strange that they are out. Although it is getting later in the day, it's getting you're probably pushing at this point 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The sun's starting to get closer to the horizon. It is strange that it's out this early. You're not sure what the reasoning would be for that.
Odd.
I say we hide in the trees.
Odd.
Up high.
Like up in the trees?
I like it.
We're gonna climb some trees. Okay.
Werewolves and
Wait, we're just hiding in the trees. We're not
vampires.
going in to investigate.
Well, it's about to be
Night?
nighttime, so
But I
we'll
thought,
do
yeah,
a little bit of. We'll
Well,
send
how
in
long
some
would it take to
scouts.
get in?
Really quick. So this is something that I've been thinking about because I'm writing up a one shot right now because I am going to try to start developing kind of a backlog of one shots. And something that I've been thinking about right now is like, what is a good encounter? Like I just talked about how I like starting sessions with encounters. And when I say encounters, I don't mean combat. I mean that there is something that happens that the players can then react to. And something that has been very in the back of my mind is this sort of thing of the like the wolves howling in the distance and just like being there, and the people are immediately reacting to it of like, oh, like, can I make a nature check? Let's climb some trees. Let's investigate. Eden? What's up? Oh my gosh. Welcome, welcome. Feels amazing, man. Gifted membership. Dude, that's huge. You know what? I feel like if Eden's giving out gifties, I feel like I can give out gifties. Frankly, I need to figure out how to. So I will be doing that off stream, but thank you so much, Eden.
Town from where we're.
About 2 more hours of travel.
We get there at night.
Yeah, we should probably.
It's all right though. It's early.
How long could it
evening.
take me
We'll
to
be
fly
okay.
to a flyover if I was a bird?
About an hour.
Vax. Yes. Can I ride you into town?
Yes.
You want me to jog town?
Why don't
You
you
can
go?
ride me into town.
Oh, hello, lady.
Every time, Scanlan. Every time.
I know that just got weird.
Can you turn yourself into like?
Oh yeah, I guess I
You
could
wanna
fly.
You want to go invisible and then jump on my back and I can eagle up?
Whatever you're into, baby.
Let's do
I've
it.
become Austin
Ridiculous,
Powers.
ridiculous.
If the coach driver was any indication, there are going to be
Normal people.
in
What about this? I'll make us both invisible. You fly us in.
I like it.
Yeah,
Okay.
get on the
Just drops the money and heads out. What a champion. I'll see you later, Eden. Audio low? Audio low. Good to know.
ground,
Good to
not just above.
All right. Now visibility. How long does it last at full duration?
Looking
Better?
up to an hour. Ooh, but it takes us 2 hours just to get there.
Well, flying it takes you an
Fine,
hour.
hour round trip.
So it's one of the things you could do as you approach it. You know, and
Do
it lasts
that.
you a while. They're supposed to be doing it now.
How long can you be polymorphed for? Forever? Concentration?
Hey, Aeon, you can always watch back. Honestly, most of the beginning was not even watching the show, so you could watch back on 2x speed and get pretty caught up.
Half of my druid level we discovered or
Hours,
something
yeah.
like
So
that.
it's somewhere like 6
5
hours.
hours,
6
6
hours.
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 So you fly us in and I'll invisibility us right as we get to the gates.
And
But
as they're,
welcome,
as they're
welcome,
going out,
Ash.
we
Should
are
we
in the
bring in the,
trees.
the earpiece as
Well,
well?
he's got an earpiece.
Do we all go up? The four of us go up in the trees?
Everyone get your own tree.
Everyone get your own tree.
All right. Everyone is in a tree. Please roll
Except for
stealth check.
Trinket, who can't climb.
Trinket can climb trees.
Roll a stealth check.
Trees.
There's climb
roll
tree.
for the
I'm gonna
trick,
cast
trick,
pass
trick.
without
You have to roll, you have
a trace.
to
I'm casting without casting pass without a trace. How long does it last?
You have to roll for Trinket.
Okay,
got
fine.
burp.
Oh, I guess I'll cast it tonight. Never
Trinket.
mind.
So that's plus 10
Why are you being a
stealth.
dick,
She's
Scarlet?
not casting. She said.
I'm not casting just yet.
14.
What are we rolling?
Stealth.
Stealth, I already did.
Casting just yet.
14.
21 for me, and
2021.
what do I add? Just nothing. 19 for Trinket.
Okay. Well,
Thank you, Meg. Oh my gosh, it's so fun. I am also, because we have more members, I can put even more emojis on. Because the emoji slots, like the amount of emojis I can put in is locked to the number of people. Also, if any members have any desire for emojis, I put in ones that I thought were cool, but I don't have like a huge like, need for what is or isn't in there. Currently getting my ass kicked in a BG3 fight, so I'm lurking day, but howdy. I am feeling much better. I am feeling much, much better. But good luck in BG3. Laura and Matt do such a good job of making Trinket an actual character rather than a stat block. Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I always joke that Trinket is basically a character flaw, but like that's a joke in a good way. Like that, like flaws are good. Flaws are cool. They make drama and like interesting restrictions. Like I think that Trinket is a very, very good familiar. Like obviously he's not actually a familiar. I'm using familiar in like the very generalized sense. But no, I love Trinket. I absolutely love Trinket.
19. Well, so you guys all managed to slowly get yourself up into the tree the best you can. Yeah. As you guys take off. While you guys are away, making your way towards Whitestone, the rest of you look down and just from a passive perception standpoint, you pick up the most detail. You can see there's indeed a pack of about 5 wolves and or dogs a little ways away, but they're being followed by one humanoid. They're being guided. There's a pack out here for some, whether it be a hunting party or whatever other reasons there may be. They are.
I figured it out.
And they're close to us now?
I've been doing the dust of traces. So.
Yeah.
And okay, so I'll cast it on us now that they're closer.
I wonder if that's the ground search party.
Maybe.
So,
So should we add 10 to all of our stealth rolls that had been, or we have to roll again?
you have to roll again.
Shit
So we're
balls.
stealthing again in the tree?
Because she's casting passive, or you don't get the benefit.
I'm already at a 32, man.
Well, now you
I'll
gotta roll
take it.
again.
You don't have to.
Let's do it. Let's roll again.
Let's roll again.
What do you have? We had
10
10
to
to
whatever we roll.
So just go ahead and just add 10 to previous.
Yay!
Okay, fine.
Good.
So,
What do you keep on good rolls?
So, about 5 breathless moments pass as the dogs, wolves, all get relatively close. One of them kind of comes out and returns back to the pack. You don't get a good view of the individual that is currently guiding the pack, and you see them kind of disappear between the thick trees in the distance. Make an active perception check for you, Max, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. What's up, to Jungle? I've seen you in the comments. Welcome. I am feeling much better. I'm still like occasionally coughing, but it's way lower. I will probably crash very hard after this stream. But it's gonna be a dope stream in the meantime. Mega being Santa Claus. I will give the gifts of my memberships of my own monetization. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate it, man. Oh my god, it is so crazy. I can't. I had 2 weeks of just being itchy, like of being so excited and like wanting to do more and like be working on content, and I just couldn't because I was so fucking sick. So I'm just so excited to be back, and the fact that you guys are excited for me to be back just like energizes me even more. Oh my god, welcome to Jungle. Welcome everybody. This is so exciting. Welcome. You hate Trinket, D&D Warrior? I mean, I think that is a fair thing. Like, I think that Trinket is interesting, but I also would very much understand if you found him annoying. Like, we talked about how a lot of people find Keyleth as a character annoying. I fucking love her. I think that I have a lot of bias because during the Underdark, I was just consistently agreeing with her mindset when I wasn't agreeing with anyone else's. So I think I have a huge, like, pro Keyleth as a character bias. But I totally understand if people do find Keyleth annoying. And I think the same thing about Trinket. If you were annoyed by the fact that they just are lugging around this 2-ton ball and chain, I can't hate you for being annoyed by that. It is kind of annoying.
Not advantage.
Is Forest? No, you're in Forest now.
Oh, wait. That's another...
Did you choose that your train? Then go ahead and roll another game.
That was your first one?
Yeah. That was worse than the first one. That's great.
So your total is?
I got 20.
Okay, well, you didn't say you were doing it. 18.
18. Okay, it's hard to make out the details at this distance. You check out, it does appear to be a female form.
Oh, it's a
Best you can tell, you can't tell specific race or any details, and then about another minute passes before the barking and howls fade, and the hunting party seems to have been eluded.
There was no way to get a good view of who it was.
No,
Oh, Heath. Oh, okay. Let's start a fucking timer. Yeah. Summons suck ass in D&D, not because they're even bad, but because they're actively annoying to run. Like, I think that Battlemaster is a very cool subclass. I think it's, like, pretty well designed, like, as an artificer subclass. And I think that the Steel Defender is pretty okay. Like, it's fine. Beastmaster sucks because Beastmaster just extends the problem of actual Ranger, of 5e Ranger, even more, where the DM has to very actively accommodate the Ranger, but not accommodate them too much, in order to run. But it is also compounded by the fact that not only does the Dungeon Master have to accommodate you, they also, like, while you're running it, you're adding a combatant, which just slows down every single combat in the game. Every combat. Because there's an extra combatant now. It kind of sucks. But that's just summons in general. Summons in general, in like the turn-based combat of Pathfinder, D&D, what have you, summons are just always going to be kind of annoying. I think the only way that you can, like, really make them okay is if they literally do nothing. Absolutely nothing if you don't command them. So, like, not even where they dodge, where they're just a sack of nothing if you don't command them. And then they are just an extension of you as a character. They're basically just making you spread out over a larger area during combat. And then that, helps that issue. But in general, summons, Vex user favorite terrain. It's a ball and chain they have to actively protect. Yeah, exactly, Rebecca. Which is why, honestly, I think things like Find Familiar do not get nearly the level of heat that Beastmaster gets, because I don't have to protect my familiar if I'm a Pact of the Chain Warlock. It dies, whoop, it's right back out of hell. Like, I just pull it right on back to me. So, there's very much that level of things. I hate Keyleth. That, again, I just went into, that's fair. If you're annoyed by those people, I think hate's probably a strong word. I would guess or hope. But I can find understanding there even if I don't agree. Beastmaster is bad. Summons suck ass, new mega quote. Summons do suck ass. They suck ass to run. Love Travis. Travis is a national treasure. I love Travis too. Beastmaster is bad either because you have to treat your main mechanic like another PC, or make it a summon that you don't have to give a single shit about. Exactly. Just finished your tips video. Did not expect to stay invested for 6 hours. Not gonna lie. Can't stick around for this, but have a great stream. Yeah, well, I appreciate it, Nicholas. I'm glad that you were invested and welcome. I'm very happy to have you. Summons in general are annoying. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, Heath. That's why I think, I think that they did it better in something like Battlemaster, where they actually made it, scale appropriately. But yeah, you're totally right. Beastmaster Companion is literally actively bad. There's a reaction impact to the chain that can protect familiar. Yeah. I like Gillis was cringe when I watched in high school, but I like her a lot now in the rewatch, which is fair, Opinions like that can change. Yeah. All right. Timer off. Moving on.
Do you mind making an active perception check?
I would love to, if possible.
You say kill them and eat the dogs?
Normally if they pass by
Natural 20.
What?
A natural
Really?
20.
I'm looking at it.
Wow.
I'm looking at it.
This is an I love you for the awful rolls earlier.
Yeah.
The golden snitch wins again.
Maybe its name now.
You see the female form. It's not someone you particularly recognize, but the woman does appear to be older. probably in her late 40s, early 50s. She has some hunting gear over her shoulder, and she's a short bow that's kind of strapped over her, a quiver of arrows. She looks like she's hunting for food.
Very nice. So number one, Mustang. I didn't see that Dragon was sick. I'm sorry. That sucks. I hope he feels better. Also, again, another fantastic example of a way that you can introduce combat. Introduce an encounter that might lead to combat. Right? This is a thing of this girl, off in the distance, this hunter, whatever. She's hanging out on Briarwood land. She might be a normal ass person that is, being tyrannized by the Briarwoods, or she might be a vampire or a vampire thrall. We don't know. And so this is an encounter that could lead to combat, but we haven't actually started in the combat. It's not her jumping out of the trees and attacking the party, even though that might be how she reacts if they just roll up to her. But I really like this, starting with the wolves howling in the distance, starting with noticing the person off in the distance, giving the party a reaction point of this is a thing you have to deal with, but you still have autonomy in how you're going to deal with it. That's something I've been really trying to focus on, especially for one-shots, because, with one-shots, they have to be very oh, shoot, my camera went out. 1 second. I'm still here. I'll keep going. You just won't be able to see my lovely, lovely face while I do. Oh, there we go. It's back. This is something I've been thinking a lot about, especially in the context of one-shots, because one-shots, you have to be so careful about the pacing. So you have to not necessarily railroad your players, but you have to make sure that you are actively pushing them forward. So giving them a lot of reaction points is really important. In a full-on campaign, you can give them a lot more autonomy. Hey, it's a blank field. Where do you want to go? But in one-shots, you need to give a lot more singular reaction points to where even if you're not railroading them, you're not saying you need to stealth, you need to combat, you need to puzzle this out. You're giving them things. Okay, this is a thing. After you're done with that thing, there's another thing. Figure out how you're going to deal with it. Pow! So that's something I've been thinking a lot about lately. Oh, slow drowned. Vex, you're right. Sorry, G4. Yes. I did not understand when you put it in, but you're totally right. F for the golden snitch Fs. What vampires? There are no vampires here. Yeah. This whole place is totally safe. Totally chill.
Older Tiberius would kill him. Give it 10
Damn.
years.
Give it 10 years. I don't recognize
Just
that.
left.
No. I'm immediately of visual recognition. In the meantime, you guys make your way, swing down. You can see that cluster, that murder of crows, circling out, making a large pass over this entire valley. You take this cue as you get to the almost a visual range of the city to cast invisibility on both of you as a third level spell.
Yes.
Okay. Both of you just vanish from view, which is a strange feeling for you because now you cannot see Keyleth. You're just grasping on something you can see, and you just look like you're gliding through the air.
Can I do one of these?
Yeah, you grab on very tightly without choking. The eagle does not have human physiology. You get 2 fists full of feathers. And you really don't want an eagle to buck you angrily at the sight. I'll get a feather fall, so that would go quickly. Looking over Whitestone, you can see outside of the city there are some areas where the trees are carved out, and there is farmland set up specifically to grow food and to till it to maintain sustenance for the people that live there. You can see there's a small area that's also being cut for timber. Not a perpetual thing, but the wood here is, you've heard previously, one of the major exports here is very high quality timber of this type of tree that is used for very, very exquisite woodcraft and furniture. So that's one of the major exports of Whitestone, as well as the quartz from the mines itself.
Yes, we do.
There are people in the city, but it's sparse. Make a perception check.
Can I also make a perception check?
You may as well.
With my eagle vision?
You may.
14, so it's 24, 95.
Dude, timber, underrated export. I think people really commonly, myself included, when they're world building and they're thinking about, okay, this is a little town, what are they going to export? It's always a mining town. It's always they're mining stone or marble or ore or coal or whatever. But timber is an incredible incredibly important export throughout all civilizations for all of time, and very, very underrated as a fantasy export, especially in like colder climes like this. Liam's one shots are really well paced. Good to know. Exciting. I'm pumped to get there. Oh, I'm so glad I made it for this episode. The Sun Tree. I don't know what that means, but I'm excited. Mega is a lumberjack in art. Yeah, exactly. I'm a lumberjack. I'm trying to think if this is true. I don't think I've ever held an axe. I have used a chainsaw. No, actually, that's not true. I mean, I've thrown axes, and I actually do think I've chopped firewood with an axe, but maybe like once. I haven't been around too many trees. I'm from Kansas. Come on. Mine's lead to delving as a hook. I think that's why everyone uses that. Very fair, Slow Drowned. That is a very good point as to why that's probably a very common thing. You know, I mean, woods can still have caves and shit, you know, but but you're right. It is a very natural, like, okay, there's a mine in the town, there's something going on in the mine. You can also make it like, there's a forest nearby, there's something going on in the forest, but I totally agree with you that it doesn't feel quite as intuitive to do that. I think it's totally legitimate to do that, and I'm going to keep that in mind in the back of my brain. But yeah, you're probably right that's why. Axe throwing is so much fun. I am very good at it. Like, I am unexpectedly good at axe throwing. I've only been a few times, and I always, like, kick ass compared to the rest of the group. Kansas is less axe, more sickle. True. There's axe throwing around here. Very cathartic. Yeah. If you do the woods, you can do fae stuff. I think that's kind of what is like the trope of, like, if there's shit going on in the woods, it's fae shit, which is fair. It's like fae or hags, right? I think you can do other stuff, you know, but like leaning into tropes is not bad, especially because, and this is a good thing to address and to point out and to think about. You can use tropes to your advantage. So when you engage in a trope, like the fae are in the woods, or like, you know, the fucking intellect devourers are in the Underdark, whatever. When you engage in those things, you are setting up implicit expectations with your players, especially if they're experienced, and you can either feed into that to make them feel really good and really smart, or you can strategically and tactically subvert it, which I think is really good to remember and to keep in the back of your head, that you don't have to avoid tropes. You can fall into them until the point of subversion and then get some really fun moments with that. Humble brag. Forests are way spookier than caves. I agree. My PC is from a forest village, wooden woodworking merchants. Yes, sir. Dude, that's great. That's so sick. Axe throwing is more fun than knife throwing, but far less practical. Both true. Or do evil trees? Oh, yeah. You're so right. Evil trees. And yeah, you're right. Hags are fae. I did forget about that.
Keen sight, which means I have advantage on all purpose.
Yes, you do.
God,
I'll
take that 14.
I'm gonna have to stop reading every chat
24.
message.
Okay. As you get down close enough to start scanning over details, you can see
if I don't read your chat message, I still love you.
A lot of the buildings appear to be
I just need to
closed or empty. There are people working the fields.
Through the timer.
As you make your way to the center of the town, there's a town square, and there's a tree there, a very large old tree that is kind of twisted with all these various gnarled branches that reach out. You recall Desmond mentioning something called the Sun Tree. That is the centerpiece of this area, and you get a view enough of the tree to see that there are 8 humanoid bodies of varying ages swinging from it.
Oh no.
You also notice that trolling through the city at very slow paces, there are a few larger than normal humanoids. You see what appear to be approximately 6 giants that are just patrolling through the town, but you can see some of them are like kind of wrecked and broken. One of them is missing an arm and is kind of dragging a foot behind it. And you can
There's
see
zombie giants.
And apparently, whenever one's moving through, most of the denizens of the town keep a very wide berth and generally avoid them entirely and go about their business in a distance.
I miss Pike.
6 of them.
No problem.
Like overall of the entire city, they're pretty
So-
well scattered about.
Fantastic. So, when I was talking about the stone giant fortress ahead of time, this is exactly what I mean of like, if it was in its own session, I think it would have failed. But as a prelude to this, to the bodies swinging from the trees, to these giants that have been foreshadowed immediately coming up. And I think that that's a big point, is that either this stone giant fortress can be a point of interest in and of itself. There can be things to do there can be things to interact with. Or it can be foreshadowing. It can be tone setting. Equivalent to if it was just like on the side of the road, right? But the fact that it's in the stone giant fortress gives you actually a bit more information than if there were just pools of blood on the side of the road. So as it is placed in the middle of this, and the foreshadowing is immediately paying off here, I think it's great. Yeah.
After you do a full pass over the city, those are most of the details you can make out at this height. Anything further,
I put it down to 0.25 if we, especially because this is a half session. Because there is some interesting stuff going down that I want to listen a little bit more to in detail. And then if we might speed back up, we might slow back down later.
any specifics you want to go for before heading back?
Want to set me down so I can talk to some people?
You want to talk to people?
Well, or at least
And you're right, Hans. We might need a clock watch.
eavesdrop. I mean,
There
we
you
don't
go.
know if they're all vampires or not.
Does it look like there's a central part where there's a lot of people kind of gathered?
The farmlands would be the largest cluster of people. There you can see there since getting the end of the day, there are a lot of folks that are finishing up gathering the crops that are available to them or planting as they go through, and there's probably about 5 or 6 people that are all in one group. Most everyone else seems to be relatively solitary and trying to go about their business as fast as possible.
The town square is emptying out.
The town square, nobody's in the town square. The town square is people are avoiding like the plague. There are just 8 bodies hanging from the tree, and nobody wants to be there.
All right, I'm gonna kind of swoop down and find a tree where the 5 or 6 farmers are and kind of just perch, see if Scanlan can get a good.
There actually are no trees right at the farm. All the trees have been cleared out to make the farmland. So there's actually a bit of the forest that has been cleared for that purpose.
It's just open and empty.
Yeah, I mean you can go to a tree that's nearby, but that's like
Rooftop,
300
a wall,
feet away.
Anything I can. Perch
There is the
and
wall.
stand
There's a
on.
wall on the outskirts of Whitestone.
that wall.
Okay, so you swoop down and you perch on the edge.
Okay, I think that this is something that Marisha just did well that I don't think Matt was facilitating very well. And it's something that we've talked about a few times that I have been extra aware of since starting to GM Blades in the Dark. Blades makes it very, very clear that before you take an action, something like a skill check, you need to clarify what your goal is. Not necessarily what you're doing to accomplish the goal, but what is the goal. Especially because dice rolls are really explicit successes and failures in Bitty. And the thing right here of her being can I perch on a tree, him being there isn't really trees around, it's this far away. And then she kind of clarified okay, is there just something tall, like a wall or a steeple, or just something I can land on? I think that's a good clarification to make as a player of okay, the tree part wasn't important. I just want to kind of perch and look around a little bit. And making that clarification to the DM earlier rather than later can really help accelerate things and make sure that you don't lose any pacing or momentum. The music, he made Whitestone foreboding. The music helps too, 1,000%. Especially there's a really small part of it, but calling it the sun tree, and that's the hanging tree, is just this really distinct juxtaposition that is a little bit extra haunting than if it had just been called the hanging tree or just not even had a name in the first place. Very, very nice. Can't stay, but I let the live one for the stats. Hell yeah, Andres. Thank you. I appreciate it. It reminds me of the really creepy ambient from Devil May Cry 1. I get that. Meg has mentioned Bitty. D, yeah. Yeah. Communication is key. Exactly. And I think that this was a good example of good communication from her end. And DMs, do not be afraid to cut through that chaff of, you don't even need to specify there's a tree 300 feet away, blah, 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 blah. You could be like, okay, there's not really trees anywhere close. Like, what exactly are you going for? Do you just stream down, motherfucker? No! What the hell? No! Is it my internet? What the hell? We're back? Are we back? Ay, ay, ay. What the hell is going on? Let me take an Ookla. I don't think it'll mega frozen man. How do you even I don't even know off the top of my head how to test for like outages. Like intermittent outages like that. But my internet has sucked lately, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's just that. 60 seconds, we're so back. We are so back. Oh yeah, look at that. It's like, oh, look at you. You have a gig up and a gig down. But it's lying. It's a liar. It's never like as good as you actually would think it is. Yeah, okay. I don't know what the issue was. I'm hardwired in. It's not like I'm on like a Wi-Fi card or something. Weird. Just be better. Yeah, let me know if it drops again. That sucks. YouTube is not receiving enough video? As such, users will experience buffering. It must be because I'm not dropping frames. I'm looking. My frames are staying consistent. My kilobytes, like my bit rate is consistent. So it must be something with my internet. Damn. Well, what are you going to do?
The wall there, it's about 25 feet up.
I'm just gonna go walk down there. I won't be able to see you, so I'm just gonna leave a little.
I'll keep it. Oh wait, no, I can't see you.
You can't talk right now. Or an eagle.
I'll just leave a little, like a canteen or something right where she's
Special
perched,
internet? I'll get
so I
right
know
on
where to
that.
find her.
Okay.
Yeah,
Leave your
Alright.
mug.
yeah, my style. And then I'm just gonna walk down and see if I can stealthily eavesdrop on some conversations.
Okay. You make your way down the...
That I don't love is no, not rip stream again. You're joking. No. Okay, let's go lower. YouTube is not responding. Maybe blow on your internet. Dude, I might have to. Okay. We're back again? It's fine, just keep going. Is it fine? Is it fine? I'm getting big flashing notifications from YouTube that YouTube does not think it's fine. Man. Okay, I tried lowering the bitrate so that hopefully the quality is a bit worse, but there's less buffering. Yeah. Refresh. I mean, yeah, what I might do here, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna up my buffer quite a bit, and then I'm just gonna stop streaming and start streaming again, but I'm not gonna end the broadcast. So I will be right back. Okay. All right, I am back. I see excellent connection on this end. I honestly wouldn't have been looking into it so hard if YouTube itself wasn't telling me that something was wrong, but I'm seeing excellent connection. So hopefully we're back. I meant chat refresh if buffering. I mean, We'll see. So far, so good. Okay. Yeah, YouTube's telling me things are good, so I'm going to hope that they are right. And that we are back. Hashtag saved. So yeah, anyways, what I was saying about Matt, yeah, cross your fingers. What I was saying about Matt that I don't love is that there are a lot of times, he especially did it a lot with Orion towards the end, but he does it with all of the PCs, where the PCs will say that they want to do something, and they are clearly just not picturing the world in the same way as Matt is. So, like, for example, with Scanlan saying, hey, I just, like, want to climb down the wall or whatever. And then Matt's like, oh, like, are you sure? And he's like, what, am I going to fall? And he's like, I don't know, roll athletics. I would have, I mean, it's minor, but I would have maybe just phrased that differently as Matt, of being like, yeah, there's maybe a risk of you falling. You can roll athletics if you want to try. But a lot of times Matt narrates it just being like, nope, you said it, we're going. Which is like, it's good for keeping up pacing and for keeping up momentum and for sometimes getting the PCs in weird and wacky situations. But it is playing on their inherent lack of knowledge, which isn't exactly fair. And like essentially taking away their agency as characters just because they aren't careful enough, like just because they aren't asking for more detailed descriptions of the world, which itself would slow down the game a lot. So I don't love how hard Matt like steamrolls through those things. That's maybe one of my pet peeves with Matt so far. Remember one of those days we all just pretended there are stream issues when we're bored? You all got in the Critical Role spoilers chat and agreed to gaslight me. Nothing like a surprise roll. It's good for the soul. They all get a bit better in seeing the mind maps Matt talks about. It takes a bit of getting used to. Matt used to draw a lot during home games. I wish he drew more. Like, I understand that drawing takes a sec, but I really wish that Matt drew a lot more just like on whiteboards. To give people a more generic feel of what they're looking at. I think in this case, I don't even think that this particular instance would warrant a mind map, like, or an abstract map. Like, sometimes there's just going to be situations where it doesn't warrant drawing a map, and sometimes the PC just says something that doesn't really make sense. Like, you just hear it and you're like, oh, you just like want to jump off of that? And they're like, wait, what? I don't want to jump off of that. And it's like, well, that's what you said. And he's like, oh, but I didn't realize. But I think one of the other kind of factors here is I don't know that Matt wants to have that level of discussion on stream, which I totally understand. So there's some mitigating factors for Matt specifically, but because it's an entertainment product and they're on stream. But I would especially say for home games, I would recommend not being that maybe judicious about it. Yeah, I don't remember this specific issue in recent games. Actually wondering what changed. Maybe he just got more experienced, and maybe a player talked to him about it after one incident. Like, it's hard to know. Maybe his personal style just evolved. Yeah, it's hard to tell. They're still figuring it out. So, like, even with me talking about how, like, maybe he was worried about how it would play on stream, maybe he did it one stream where maybe he was a little bit more cautious about those descriptions. And, he checked more with the players, and it didn't negatively impact the stream. So then he felt progressively more comfortable doing it. We're still very early. They're on 3 folding tables. Yeah, fair enough. There's one particularly memorable moment of that later in C1, which was honestly rather unfair, but also very funny. And that is another factor here of, again, it's an entertainment product and it's a certain vibe at your table. If you're okay with unfair but funny things, then it's okay. I don't know that it's good, like, general advice, but, it can work. Hey there, you sound way better. I am Phantom. I am. Oh my god, I am so much better. Even just like the process of doing this stream, I have been like, oh my god, I feel so much better than I did last time. It's crazy. Like I still have like I have way less of a cough and I still have some brain fog. Like I'm not nearly as like I think keyed in as I normally am. It's harder for me to multitask and like pay attention to the show. But I am good enough to do it, which I haven't been. Respect the timer, respect the
wall.
timer.
12 minutes to climb 25 feet.
Yep.
Wow.
Maybe like
very
whistle
secure.
for me.
Fuck you,
Come
but
back.
thank you.
A lot of moments of like, but you catch yourself. I mean, you can just jump if you wanted to make it less. But your duration of your invisibility is about 20 more minutes before
Oh, shit. I
it
gotta
dissipates.
do this quick.
You go over to the edge and you see they have carts up and they have what
Also, what
vegetables they have. There are a lot of vegetables, even at a close look. A lot of them look
If you guys are new,
kind of withered. It looks like there's a general sense of frustration that the land itself is not producing quality crops. And even people look kind of unhealthy and gaunt by nature, whether it be the cold winter recently or just their general spirit is broken. But there is a feeling about these people that life here is not what it used to be. There isn't a whole lot of conversation. There's mutterings here and there, and like, we have to make sure we get these back in time. Fill the cart. We have 2 carts we have to get in. This one's like, I know, I'm trying. And they're putting over there. There's a little bit of frustration amongst them, and the one's counting is. You do get one of them ends up they get the last bit of the crops. Like, that's it. That's all we have. That is the entire pull for the day. And the older gentleman is over singing, kind of grinds his hands, goes, so Carrion's gonna have my hide.
write it down.
Yeah, wasn't it?
At the very least, let's gather it together. Hopefully, the Lord protect us. And the people kind of take the carts and begin making their way towards the outer gate on the southeast side of Whitestone, where you guys are currently at.
Okay. I'm gonna hustle back to the roof.
All right, make an athletics check.
Jesus.
I can come get you. Just
You'll hear a thump.
8. 8. Hopefully he lands on his loot. No, it's not 9.
Okay, 15 minutes. After 5 minutes of eavesdropping, you realize that you're not going to make it up that wall, and you feel the magic of your invisibility illusion about to fade. At this point, by the way, the sun has just hit the edge of the mountains. The sky itself is a vibrant reddish orange, slowly turning to purple, and sunset is upon you.
Dude, okay, example right there of a type of failure that I love. I talked about it when they were climbing the canyon wall in the last session, or I guess in the earlier part of this session, but last stream. I love when failure does not mean, fuck, you fall and take a bunch of damage, or you twist your ankle. Like, those things can be cool. Those things can be fine. But something as simple as, hey, you don't make it up the wall before your invisibility runs out. Huge. And that is why thinking about timers is so important. In this case, the players gave Matt a timer on a silver platter with this invisibility time frame. But in general, as a DM, try to be thinking about what types of timers you can introduce in these more tense situations, especially in like enemy territory, right? Where maybe it's not necessarily a dungeon crawl, but maybe it is, whatever. I really think that this is a great example of that. Because Matt did not have to make failing the athletics, you fall and fuck up your shit, because that makes it feel a little bit less heroic. And sometimes that's good, but it's also just nice to be like, it takes you longer than you thought, and now you're on the side of the wall, totally visible. So great example of a failure option that isn't like actively isn't actively damaging, I should say. Very cool, Lassie. Well, welcome. The Morning Lord himself, Pelor. I have the time.
I'll just spend the night here. No, I will.
Can I see them?
I sneak around the corner.
Invisible now.
I sneak around the corner a little bit, wait for an opening, and I lose invisibility, which will drop it on her as well.
Right.
And I will dimension door back up to the roof.
Okay. As you pass out of the side, the illusion fades. You step into a small opening of dark purplish energy, and then re-emerge on the top of the wall, grab your
my
canteen, and hop back onto the back of her.
Oh shit! Invisibility again.
Okay. Okay. You guys vanish, and Keyleth, you take off back in the direction you guys traveled from. In the meantime, guys, what have you want to have been doing? Are you just waiting? Are you traveling further in? Are you staying where you're waiting?
We have to wait till that
Yeah, keeping an ear out for the wolves and just chilling in a tree.
I fall out of the tree.
And also, I'm restringing my new awesome bow
With the
blazing bowstring.
Okay.
I'm putting on
Which,
my,
by the way, is a longbow of Sky Sentinel.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's
makes
okay.
sense.
It's once per long rest, I can use a storm arrow, which means that the next arrow I fire splits into 3 arrows. Roll an attack for each of them. They all get 1d6 extra for each one that hits.
Whoa, power up.
It's amazing. It's
Every
like
time
the
you use
most-
it, or is it a one time?
It's one time for long rest.
That's awesome.
Once per day, she fires an arrow, and the arrow splits into 3, and each one bursts into like thunder damage, like bursts on them.
Say what? So is it lightning damage or is it?
Thunder damage. It should say on there. Does it say?
It says lightning damage.
Oh, there with lightning
It's a
damage.
taser arrow.
It's basically a taser.
Thunder lightning. So yeah, it's pretty much. All right.
Thunder.
Thunder.
What's that from?
I don't know.
So, night falls, and the crickets begin to emerge. The slow mist
Wait,
begins
our
to
friends
fill.
aren't back yet? It's already night and they're not back?
I just want to say that I pulled my hood down for a moment and put on my calamari hat. And pull the hood back over.
Okay, so you take the kind of partially rusted over but functional metallic skull cap that Clarota was wearing when you guys had met at the Underdark, that Clarota no longer needs. You place it upon your head, and it's a loose. As you place it on, it kind of rattles for a moment, and then it form fits to your skull. Your hair being pinched beneath it and kind of just emerging from underneath, almost Loki helmet style.
Looking snazzy, Vax.
Nice bonnet.
You put it back up, and on your head. So we like buzzing vibrational feel as its magic attunes to you over the next hour or so as you're waiting, but you get the sensation that it will offer some decent protection from impeding charm effects.
It looks like you have a mullet.
Loki moment.
Yeah.
All right. You start getting really nervous about the arrival of your friends.
I mean, most of these most of the magic items and equipment that they have are from dead people. So I don't know if they have too many compunctions about that, Rebecca. I agree, Mert. I think that Matt's homebrew items are cool. I will say, I wish there were maybe less of them. But also, if I had been following from the beginning and had been able to get to know each item as it came out, maybe I would have less of a problem with it. But I do think that they are just riddled with magic items, like almost an overwhelming amount of magic items. But I do think that they are interesting. Like, the idea of the storm arrow is very cool, where it is 3 arrows, and for each one, all of them do more damage. Like, that's very cool. So I don't want to, be out here pretending like it ain't. But yeah, I don't know. I wish there were maybe a few less. No, they're from Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Mega hates fun confirmed. Put it in the quote book. I hate fun. Whatever it is, Pathfinder treads heavy with magic items, but I only have hearsay to go by. I've heard very, very similar things, and that's why they have a lot more. There's more crafting, there's enchanting. Just in general, the system is more built around having the magic items, whereas D&D is certainly not. And I think that can be detrimental in D&D combat, because I think that the bonus action system can make magic items inherently harder to balance than they would be in Pathfinder, is at least my read. I have not made magic items for Pathfinder. I have only touched it very briefly as a player in like one shot. But my understanding of how the combat system goes, I can imagine magic items being much easier to work with in that combat system. I think that magic items can be amazing in D&D. I love making my own homebrew magic items. But just in general, giving out less than they currently have. They are chock full of magic items. Mega is a low, no magic Andy. Dude, that's so funny. I would love you to say that to my players. I am notorious for how high magic I am. God, that's so funny. Mega hates Artificer. Confirmed. My most recent character wasn't an Artificer. Or I guess most recent character that I'm not playing right now. No, I love magic items, man. That's why I have opinions on them.
So eventually, you hear the flapping of wings, and you look up and you can see it's taking an hour to get there. The illusion just fades.
Oh, I'm already noticing Percy coming out of his shell. Although I will say, to give some degree of credit, I think I've noticed Percy coming out of his shell a little bit more ever since they like started on his quest line. But it did feel like there were multiple times towards the end of Orion's tenure that Percy would try to come out of his shell a little bit more. The one that I think of in particular is when he tried to apologize to everyone, and Orion just totally stepped over the moment. So I can see it being much more successful in future episodes. No mercy.
Both Giant Eagle and Scanlan appear in the moonlight right above the canopy of the forest you guys are close to and return to the place you were.
Question. Can you make it look like, that we're not here with your foliage shit?
I drew out my B shape.
Yeah.
Holding onto the branch.
Illusions.
Yeah. I should be able to do that.
Can we camp up in the tree?
Yeah.
Is everybody comfortable with this?
I'm
What
perfectly
if we fall out?
Here, I druidcraft some spiderweb hammocks.
Ooh.
Well, really sticky.
That's disgusting.
Oh, wow.
Takes
And as usual, light some sage.
takes about an hour or so, but you manage to pull from the surrounding these really nice, thick spider silk hammocks that should just be able to support your respective weights. Grog is the only one that might be questionable.
How is she doing that? That's not a spell, right? She's just like, I just want to do that. I mean, cool. And if Matt's down with it, but did she use a spell, or did I miss something?
The sheer amount of weight this is formed.
I like it.
Maybe take a rope and tie it in your
No, this is a trust exercise.
I'm using hide in plain sight to make me and Trinket extra high.
I have a question.
Yes.
The only reason I have this question is because I posted that to
Oh,
you.
just druidcraft? I mean, that is a generous interpretation of druidcraft, no? Like, druidcraft crafting something that can support other folks' weight? Tiny, harmless sensory effect, lighter snuff out a candle, sensory effect, flower blossom, seed pod, or leaf blood bloom. Like, I mean, it's cool. It's fine, but that is a mega generous interpretation of druidcraft. That's why my mind didn't even go to druidcraft, is because druidcraft like can't make stuff. Like, period. It's one of the reasons that I think creation or College of Creation Bard is so cool, is because they can actually make stuff for free. Well, relatively free. Or he can take on his elusive alter ego, Merciful Percival. Ooh, I'm interested. Druidcraft is the gender fluid spell of cantrips. What? I don't even get that one, Robin. Okay, how did you think of the bodies on the sun tree? How did I think of them? Like what? Like, did I like them? I thought they were cool. I think, I mean, cool is a word to describe bodies hanging from a tree, obviously. But it's I thought it was very thematic. I thought it was very interesting. Mega says Druidcraft can't make anything, yet he says they make flower blossoms, leaf bud, or open seed pod. They make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom. They affect things that exist. They don't create them. Like, they don't create flowers. A flower has to be there. It just makes it blossom. Right? I think it's just kind of cosmetic. Like, are they even doing anything they wouldn't otherwise? And that's fair. And you're right, Heath. You're right. Is like, that's why I'm like, it's cool. Like, it's hard because I tend to shy away from those sorts of really like mega generous interpretations, even if it's benign. Like, because if you suddenly tell Keyleth that she can fashion spider silk with a cantrip, yeah, it's harmless right now. But like, if she can fashion spider silk ropes in the pits of a dungeon when they need a rope, and Matt has established that she's allowed to do that with Druidcraft, then suddenly it's not as fine. You know what I'm saying? So those are the sorts of things that I require maybe Arcana checks for, if I really do want to allow them. Or maybe I would say, like, yeah, with Druidcraft, you can, like, convince, like, the leaves and the vines to weave together. Like, you're, like, controlling what's already there, maybe. Because that's much more what Druidcraft does to me. So, I don't know. I don't know. CR think Druidcraft makes flowers appear out of thin air, not bloom flowers. Yeah. Your reactions towards it? Yeah, I thought it was cool. I thought that it was very, very spooky. Very spooky. And I think this whole town is very spooky. I think we're not getting the full spookification effect. Because, we're pausing, we're talking, but I think that Matt has done a good job at spookifying this town. I would have preferred maybe even more spooks and, more creepy shit from the people that were talking. Like, he narrated, oh, they look like they've fucking lost the will to live, but when we actually heard them, they kind of just sounded like worried slaves, Like, not obviously sad, but not as spooky. But, to be fair, that could have also been him vamping. Maybe he didn't realize that they were going to go in there like that. Drew, my first proper DM copied the hanging tree scene word for word and pretended to have never seen it when we brought it up. Lol. Yeah, campaign is a very broad interpretation of Druidcraft. Did say she took time to actually gather the webs. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is, like, maybe, and I am respecting the timer. But I'm saying, maybe, yeah. So maybe it's fine. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
From a couple of years ago. Do I still have the unending rope?
I have the unending rope, motherfucker.
Why don't we
Make
reinforce with the rope?
Sure, why
You don't
not?
like the trust
That's
exercise?
where all the rope comes from that we ever use.
I'm sorry I brought it up. I'd love you
Shut
to
up,
fall on
that's
your head.
Let's
We're good.
reinforce the spike.
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right.
Whoa, Max.
Before we
Nice helmet.
before we slumber,
Don Quixote code.
Aerodynamic, isn't it?
When's his rollback?
before we slumber, we did a little intel, a little recon.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Turns out the town is full of humans.
Okay.
Except for these 6 vampire giants or
and
zombie giants.
They
Zombie
all appear
giants.
to be fairly miserable people.
Okay.
However, this could be useful.
I mean, okay, what? So this is a separate conversation, so I feel okay using the timer. I will say, Heath, Druidcraft are mechanically empty a lot of the times, but that doesn't mean that they can't have mechanical effects. So something like prestidigitation, something like Druidcraft, something like thaumaturgy, they can have mechanical effects. So for the thing that immediately comes to mind is that prestidigitation can heat up or cool down objects. And that can be impactful and important for certain types of puzzles. The other thing I'm thinking about with Druidcraft is that they can light or snuff out candles at a range. I mean, Druidcraft has a range of 30 feet. So a lot of these spells can be used for puzzles. They can also be used creatively by a creative druid, a creative spellcaster, what have you, for more complex plans. So lighting candles to trick people, or letting out the falling leaves, the faint odor of a skunk, like that can actively be used to have impacts on the game. And I want to promote that level of creativity, but I don't want it, like the classic one that I always think of when it's like, don't let a cantrip become too powerful, is there's a really classic example of shape water can freeze water. And so there's like, what do I do? My player asked me if they could use shape water to freeze all the water in someone's body. And it's like, okay, you can't do that. So it's hard. Like, I think that they can do things. They can just do exactly what they say they can do. And what most of them say they can do is actually impactful sometimes. Like, being able to predict the weather is not nothing. Being able to predict the weather is actually a solid ability and can be very impactful given the, depending on the campaign. But yeah. My point is that they have it. If they have a mechanic effect, then I limit it to the listed effect. But mostly those don't really matter. I mean, that's fair. And I think that that's how generally cantrips should be. Is they should either have this very like out of game or not out of game, out of combat effect that can be impactful depending on the situation, the story, what have you. But isn't like, doesn't have like a thing where it can like create an effect that would be on a different spell, like a mechanical effect or damage. Most underrated part of Druidcraft, knowing the weather. Yeah, 1,000%. I have used Druidcraft to make a party member smell like a skunk when he was trying to talk about his Lord and Savior, the Raven Queen. Classic. I think we're relatively on the same page.
Everyone in the town, all the farmers anyway, seem to be gathering produce to deliver to the Briarwoods. We could pose as some sort of farmer troop with a basket of goodies and maybe get through the front gate.
Don't you think they would know all the farmers around them at this point? They've
We
been there for a
could.
long time.
They did reference Sir Carrion by name. Oh, they referenced Sir Carrion, Percy.
Thank you.
I bet
We
they've
could
let him
make
in person
ourselves look
also.
like some of them. One of us has a hat of disguise.
Also, there was something other really important.
Oh, what?
The town was pretty much empty,
Oh, yes, this.
Okay.
and that sun tree. What's
Yes.
his name? Who said that? Who was Jared? Who was talking about the sun tree?
Desmond.
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 There were. Looks like there were some executions that took place. There were about 8 bodies hanging from that tree.
Why is it called the sun tree?
It's really lovely. I don't know, maybe it gets sun.
I don't know. Why do they call it the sun tree?
You're the... you're the
Can I go with this?
You,
Unless you have a particular reason to.
I mean, you can go. There are many reasons. It's called the Sun Tree.
There's reasons. Maybe we need
Legends.
to battle them at the sun tree.
Legends say that before the castle was built,
Okay, great moment from Percy. Oh my goodness. That's a I think sometimes Percy, or I should say Taliesin, as a player is really like back and forth for me on how much I like his actual play. Like, I'm not even talking about like Percy as a character or what have you. Thank you, Andrew. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the live. Thank you. But I go back and forth because I think it's very clear that Taliesin has GM'd before, just in the way that he talks to Matt. And sometimes it is clear to me that he does not agree with the way that Matt is GMing a certain issue, and I think that he can maybe be a little bit too pushy. But in other cases, I think he has really small moments of like, wow, what a great way to say that. Like, that was such a quick way of saying, can I take this or is there something? That's amazing. Like, just doing a quick little check-in with your GM before you start talking, of saying like, hey, like, this is part of my backstory. I didn't have anything planned, but like, can I just improv this? Like, that'd be a lot of fun. Just having that like quick little check-in, and Matt saying like, oh, like, yeah, fuck it, go for it. There are lots of reasons. Like, maybe there are other reasons, but like, yeah, like fucking sell it. And then he gets to have like a really nice moment. Like, I think that is a really, really nice moment of player to DM communication. So that you don't accidentally step on the DM's toes. And for Matt's part, I think that's a perfect response of like, okay, like I have a plan for why it's called the Sun Tree, but like, go off, King. Like, there could be multiple reasons, sure, whatever. The intimate collab between Matt and Taliesin is one of my favorite things about this campaign. Tal has lived for thousands of years, thousands of hairstyles, thousands of years. I think by and large, he really respects Matt's narrative, even if mechanically they aren't always in the same place. Yeah, I agree. Like, I've seen moments where he's like, kind of like, wait, I really can't. Okay. Like, he like really like he reels himself back. And I think that there is just a really nice level of respect between them. Like you said, even if they aren't always on the same page mechanically. And I think that he just interacts with Matt, really well. Really unrelatedly cool from Matt for giving control to his players. 1,000%. Like, giving control where you can is so good for player investment. It's one of the reasons that I talked about, like, I didn't mind a lot of the Draconia bullshit. Like, there were a lot of situations where he would start introducing something and it was fine, and then it had a mechanical impact and it's not fine anymore. Like, if Taliesin won't do this, so I feel comfortable saying this. If Taliesin were to say it's called the Sun Tree because it has a fucking +5 magic sword hidden in a secret compartment, I know the code to the lock. We can just roll up and take the Sun Sword out of it. Like, that would suck. And that's what Orion did a lot with Draconia. Of like, I have the Draconian Knights on speed dial. You know, let's call him to help. I think that's a really great comparison of like, I'm sure that he will just give a great flavorful reason of why it's the Sun Tree, and it will not have any mechanical impact, and it'll be sick. Yeah. Mega loved the idea on the Draconian army marching on Whitestone. Look, I actually thought it was cool if it wasn't so bad. Like, I thought it was cool, but terrible. Is that, you know? Respect the timer. Shit.
The journey into the valley was treacherous and stormy, and the original builders of White Castle feared they'd die. And this one great tree stood in the valley, and it was underneath it that they took shelter. And as they began to take shelter, the storm broke, and the storm did not return until the castle was completed.
That's a lovely story.
We hold our festivals there every year.
Now it's being used as a
gallows, yes.
Does it get a lot of sun?
You do know that this, and this ties in with your story as well, because the guidance into forging the city of Whitestone here, that tree was representative to them as a guardian of Pelor, the god of the sun. And protector of light, holiness is considered one of the more,
A very serious
So
goal.
actually, Pelor.
That could help us because vampires hate the sun.
Why would they make camp in the place for the god of the sun?
And maybe that's why they're hanging bodies from it to like taint it.
Maybe that's why it's protected. Maybe
Are any of us religious with that god, or?
Can we call Pike on through your
Your
magic
poo?
school?
Will she be able to hear us?
Tablet of apple.
I can at least see what she's up to.
Would you be able to revive the tree?
Like, bring it
Ooh.
Druid.
yeah,
What would that
I
do?
can actually, yeah.
I don't know. Bring up the god of the sun again. I don't know.
They're
I
not
might be able to
religious
do it.
people. We can't summon gods willy-nilly.
We could please.
Don't tell us what we can and
Pelor.
can't do, Scanlan.
I'm sorry. We can do all of those things. Yes, let's go into the middle of the vampire-infested town and do some arbory to try to heal the tree, and then we'll just say, "Oh, sun god, please rain down sun."
I like it. Let's do it.
That's a
It's
great
good
plan.
Or can we at least try cutting down the bodies and running and see what happens?
We could.
I say in the morning.
Okay, this is something that the tone is already so different. It's more argumentative in a good way. Like, I talked about this a lot with Orion of, because of how integrally tied in his flaws were to his own person, not necessarily just his character. It felt like they couldn't get in arguments about strategy. But like, Scanlan and Vex are just like straight up having a petty argument, and it's really fun. Which is great. Like, that's awesome character drama. That's like, as long as like everyone's cool about it, which clearly like Scanlan is making fun of Vex, and I get the feeling that Laura is going to be fine with it. You know what I'm saying? So like, this is a really like small, but I think kind of flashpoint example of the sort of tone that is set when you are okay with aggressing each other's flaws, or when you think that each other just are wrong in character. I think you can have these like fun little moments. Table mood is so much better. Character dialogues be juicy, yes sir. I love how Matt goes and ties Tal's narrative into his own. Yeah, that was a great segment. That was yeah. It's weird how being down one person leaves so much space for the rest of them to explore. Oh my god, go and watch my first 4 episodes of the watch through. I think out of the first 4 sessions, my takeaway 3 out of the first 4 times was, oh my god, there's 8 people. Like, I think it can work, but oh boy, does it take a lot of air. And like, every single person you lose just gives so much more room for the others. It really is significant. Can you mention how you would DM an army of draconian knights versus the city? I would increase the city defenses. I would increase the city defenses a lot. So if that was something that they were legitimately interested in, let's get the army of draconian knights. I'm ramping up the threat that the Briarwoods pose, but I'm foreshadowing it. So I'm going to foreshadow, maybe through their little spy friend. I would say like, hey, it's weak right now. Like if you go off to Draconia to try and recruit these knights, they might get tipped off because of the situation in Amon, and they might start building up their defenses. So now it's not necessarily like a strict power decision. It's more of a, what are they interested in? Are they interested in leading an army into Whitestone? Like, is that cool to them? And then you have the two armies fight, and someone in the Draconian Knights fucking flies them over the wall, deposits them, and blows the entrance behind them. So now the armies are fighting outside. They have their little dungeon run, and everything's chilling. That's generally how I would go about DMing it. Or at least that's the first place that my mind would go. I would have to think about it a lot, but that's where I would start. Tibbs felt like they had to walk on eggshells. Yeah, exactly. Exactly this dude. Hashtag mega shorts, yeah. New merch idea? What's new merch idea? Wait, no, I missed it. I need merch ideas. What was the merch? Oh no. Tibbs, them walking on eggshells? I don't know. Accused criminals petitioning a foreign government to march on a third independent state sounds dubious and sounds like great drama. I'm more than willing to let them approach that. I will just, if they're fucking around, they'll find out. But it'll be fun and interesting, and maybe they, make a stronger alliance with Draconia and maybe lose some allies in Amon, political motivation shift around. Like, that's development, Are these the shorts sweatpants? What? What are we talking about? Hashtag Megas shorts. I'm so confused by everything that's happening. I should start selling dog merch. The merch that I'm making for the next merch drop is does include like pads, like food pads for dogs. We got let's see. We got Bug a little I know, we got her and Paige matching sweatshirts.
Bug wears it better.
Bug does wear it better. She's black, so it stands out much more on her. But you look amazing. Oh, hi, Bird. Do you want to say hi to stream? Bird dog. The headphones would not reach. It is Bird dog. Birdie. Oh, Paige is making food and Birdie wants to be there. She has to be there. Dog champ, step up your game. Brainstorming merch ideas. Yeah, dude, step up your game. I need to. I literally was working on merch last night. It will be here. Trust me. I can't wait to buy my own merch. I want a long sleeve shirt with my logo on it. I think it'll be so sick. Exactly. It doesn't make the encounter any easier, just makes it different. Yeah, it allows them to go in a direction that they actually want. Or maybe not that they actually want, but that they do want. Doggo alert. Paige and Bug are matching. Yeah. Video shorts sounded like clothing shorts. I think that's the merch. Oh. Okay. I can see that. Dog trumps timer. Always dog trumps timer. You need white background emotes of the doggos. I could get some emotes of the doggos. That could work. Doggo screen causes timer to count off. Dogs and sweaters are my weakness. We're gone 2 hours bio break. That's a good point. Yeah, we have. Oh man. God, it's hard for me to tell because I had to restart the stream, so the normal timer that I look at isn't accurate. But you're totally right, John. Doggo screen. You know what? I could during the 72-hour stream, I had a droid cam, so I could use my phone as like a second webcam, and I could aim it at the dogs. Maybe I'll reintroduce the dog cam, because that was fun during the during the 72-hour stream. So maybe I'll get back to that. But yeah, I agree, John. 2 hours. I think we can hit up a bio break and come back. Because we still have, oh my gosh, we have an hour of the show left. But I'm having so much fun. Oh, it's so good to be back. Anyways, I'm gonna put on some music and I will be right back. Everyone, go get some water, hydrate or dehydrate, and I'll see you all in a second. Oh no, the song is over. Shoot. Oh, what's up? What's up? This is a banging tune. Forgot no autoplay. Yeah. It is Loretta by Ginger Root. It is one of the new songs off of the RevSplit library that YouTube introduced. So when it doesn't even matter for the actual stream, which is dope. So like memberships, it doesn't take into account super chats, none of that. But when the actual VOD goes up, it'll process the VOD, and if it detects anything from the RevSplit library, which Loretta is in, it automatically is just like, hey, you're not getting copyright claimed, but we're just going to do a RevSplit with that artist. Bing, bang, boom, done. So cool. So now I can just like scroll through that library, and they have a lot more songs than the traditional like free library that YouTube like creator music normally has. And I was scrolling through and I found that one, and I just thought it was a banger. So I've been playing it. I'm glad you guys like it. I thought it was saying Modelo, so I started drinking. Hey, fair enough, man. Crack a cold one. We're chilling. That's cool. Yeah, dude. Huge update for YouTube. I was so excited, especially as someone who's, my actual VODs aren't monetized yet. So I was like, that's huge. I have access to a way wider library that isn't going to eat into my monetization at all. Like, so sick. So yeah, very cool.
We take a look at the passage, see how well guarded it is, and if it looks dangerous, sneak our way into the town. If people are not enthralled, if they are being forced to work, then maybe we can find some allies.
Find allies in the town.
I don't think they're happy.
I think they're terrified.
Yeah.
And I don't want to let them know we're here for
I don't,
fear they'll
yeah.
turn us in hopes of saving their own.
That's what I'm thinking.
Karen-
Yes, they are
Karen's
terrified,
terrified.
but they're this whole town is being ruled by fear.
I have a feeling we can revive that tree somehow. It may weaken the Briarwood's hold on the psyche of the villagers
This
here.
is true. It
agree.
would help out. Let them know that the god of the sun is on their side.
I heard you're supposed to pee on a lemon tree, so
There's probably
Right,
you and Scanlan are on that. I have a feeling.
Okay, so this is something that I love, that I am like fully crediting to Matt. I don't think this is like coincidental or that the players are jumping to conclusions here. Like them talking about like, oh, like let's look into the tree. Like maybe, if we revive the tree, whatever. Like when they were like, when the villagers said, Paylor, save us or whatever, I thought it was going to be like some real dude, not the god. But for him to have the characters narrate that and then talk about the history of the tree being Paylor related, like Matt is drawing a very explicit attention to this tree. And I love optional objectives that either bypass future obstacles or make like future fights easier. So like the way that I anticipate this going is very much what the characters are thinking. Like, hey man, maybe if we figure out this tree, it'll be easier to go after or to kill the Briarwoods. I think that if it's me as a DM, I'm probably not having it weaken the Briarwoods explicitly, but I am having it bypass some obstacles later. So maybe there were some, I don't fucking know, like undead automatons, like maybe some golems that like their energy, very like Santa Claus-esque, where like they were feeding off of the fear, these golems. And if they can rally the villagers, heal the tree, bring back their faith in Paylor, then the golems won't be able to sustain themselves on the fear anymore. And maybe that even lures the Briarwoods into an alternate battle arena that is maybe more favorable for the party. You don't actually weaken the Briarwoods themselves. That runs the risk of having this very built-up fight be kind of a dud. but you weaken things around the Briarwoods so that rather than have the fight be less hard, you just allow the party to go into the fight with more resources. Like maybe normally they would have to spend some spell slots, some features getting past these golems before they actually get to the Briarwoods. But because they did all this stuff with the Paylor tree, the golems are no longer there. They get to go into the fight a little bit more, kind of full up. So you're not weakening the Briarwoods necessarily. You're kind of implicitly buffing the party, which I personally find feels a bit better from the party perspective. It can work the other way, especially for fights that are maybe a little bit less like narratively built up. But I think that's the direction I go. And maybe that's the way Matt is going with this, which I'm super interested to find out.
I'll make a nature check to see if that's true.
I really wanted to ask. I was like, what does peeing on a lemon tree have to do with anything?
Sure.
19. That's 17.
In your experiences, in your roving band of barbarians, you guys enjoyed very much peeing on very colorful trees of all sorts of plant life. All of them generally didn't seem to, over time, react well to the process, whether it be the fact that you all drank a lot of times the content of your urine was probably not very
It's a lemon party.
Lemon.
That's a whole different kind of festival.
Kill Percy.
Thank you for bringing the text chat all the way back around.
Operation
no,
Tree Rescue.
Lemon Party is held in the far, far southern continent of Tabgurl, region of Gotse.
Giant interrupt happening right now.
I have an idea. Should
Wow.
we wait until the sun comes up, create a distraction so all the undead giants come looking, and then we have someone go cut the bodies off the tree and let
bring it back to
Keyleth,
life.
give it a little love?
And then what happens after that?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fine.
know. It's an
Then
experiment,
we
all
get the
right?
fuck out.
Won't they know we're here? Won't the people see us doing
they
it?
already
I know. I
That's
kind of feel like that's the
totally empty.
equivalent of putting
No,
dish soap in a
didn't you
fountain
say
on
that
promenade.
all around the sun tree, like nobody's there?
Yeah, we did that. What?
Didn't you say nobody's around the sun tree?
That's true.
No,
But we
there's
still have to get in.
Fly up and over. Did you just do the same thing?
I know.
Fly up and over land, bring the tree back to life.
You sure you don't want
Get
me to
out.
be a carriage driver and you'll hide in the hay of my carriage?
I feel
and
like
I
they know
go straight up to the
all the
Briarwoods.
townspeople.
I will put on my hat of disguise. I'll be someone completely
They
different.
can see through that.
I'm telling you, they look right through me.
When he was
Right through
invisible.
me.
That's
Invisible.
true.
They saw me.
They probably saw you.
No, I
He
wasn't
was
invisible.
transparent. They
No,
saw
no,
me.
no. I was heavily stealth.
No, you were invisible.
Oh,
No,
wow.
invisible.
No, but the visibility faded when you
Broke
attacked
when I
the
beamed the guard.
I thought
They
this
should not
Yes,
have been able
but
to see me. and
I'm
they
not
were
talking
able-
about. I'm not talking about getting past the Briarwoods. I'm talking about getting past the guards that guard their castle.
Here's another issue. It's gonna take me a minute to do the.
Like how long?
It might take a bit.
Like how
Like
long's
how-
a bit?
How long?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where the longer I do it, the better it'll be.
Okay.
I can do it for up to 8 hours.
Oh, shit.
If I do it for up to 8 hours, I enrich the land over a half-mile radius, centered on a single point, and the land becomes enriched for a solid year.
I don't want to enrich all
Question.
of the.
Question. What time was it when they were doing the little scouting thing that they just told us about? The sun was going down?
Yeah, they would have probably gotten to Whitestone around 7 o'clock and leaving right as the sun had fully set.
Right when the sun goes
So an
down.
hour.
But yeah, we
impact.
get there at sunrise. Take
do
those
shit.
fucking beasts out, and you start at 8 a.m.
But
We
then
don't have to
what?
take anything out.
Okay.
We just sneak in. You do it. But here's the thing. I don't know if you want to like get all the crops all fenced.
That'll
because it'll
always
just be the
work,
Briarwoods.
Robin.
Maybe
Right.
just do the tree area, which would be like 2 hours, maybe.
Yeah. I think if I have a solid hour or 2 hours with it.
Once the tree is healed, we have no one of religious power to summon any god. We don't know anything about this god. None of us do.
I do, in theory, if I'm from.
No, but I'm going to roll a religion check.
A witch?
A religion check.
A witch?
A witch?
A witch?
16.
What would you?
16.
Yeah, 15.
Pelor is the god of the sun and agriculture.
I was thinking like, my initial thing is like, okay, yeah, like y'all know about Paylor in general. You might know some more detailed like incantations with like, maybe a fucking 20 religion check. But if he's from here, maybe he knows some specific shit at like a 10 religion check. Like I'll go way up and down depending on the context and depending on the person. Anyone else is rolling that? Like, why would they ever have any reason to know about this? But Percy is specifically from here. Now, I'm not giving him like a generalized thing, like a generalized like Paylor cleric ritual, but maybe something that they did during one of their festivals. It's probably not going to summon Paylor, but maybe it does something specific to the town. Put the tree in reverse, the odometer will rush backwards. I got that one. I have seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. We've finally hit a movie that I do know. And I agree, Robin. Y'all MFers need Paylor.
It's a good deity, and it's generally worshipped by farmers and simple folk and people that live off the land, and generally it's the most nature-based deity of the main spectrum outside of Melora, which is the deity of nature.
Oh, dope. Would I know stuff like that too then?
You know of Pelor. There are elements of Pelor's following that bleeds into your druidic nature, though you don't necessarily follow a deity.
Right.
You believe that the essence of nature in itself is your patron. You aren't a religious man by nature, and there's a strong following of Pelor in the town. The entire graveyard that you talked about earlier, that one is largely built around the imagery of Pelor. And of all the gods that are worshipped here, Pelor is probably 75% of the population of Whitestone were, in some way, shape, or form, if not full devout worshippers, at least were like, yeah, Pelor's cool.
Here's my question.
Yep.
I feel Pike's energy tonight. Maybe while I'm meditating,
Oh,
I
dope.
can somehow reach out to her and maybe just ask her to get in touch with Saren Ray, and maybe Saren Ray can call up her homeboy Pelor.
I think that works.
I don't
Think that's
know.
gonna work?
I don't know.
This is like phone
We're
a
not
friend.
organized religion people.
Definitely
here, sorry.
not.
I think
The tree is called the Sun Tree. It's Pelor's tree. I'm not a cleric of Sarenrae, but these shitbags could not have set up camp in a temple of Sarenrae because there is too much goodness there, as there was around this tree in this town, and it's why it is dead. It's why it is being surrounded by a bunch of giant undead things, as you described. You need faith, Scanlan.
Me?
You need
I
faith.
am the antithesis of faith.
You got to
Then
have
you need to
faith.
shut up and let us fix that tree.
And then what?
we rally the
no!
townsfolk.
We're gonna fight off a million
knows,
monsters to
Scanlan?
heal a tree, and then we're gonna say, okay,
Then maybe
bring
no
out the sun or something.
It's
The
a
sun
sun.
already
Wait,
rises.
hang on. What did you just say?
Which what?
That thing you just said that no one heard because we were all shouting and arguing? Rally the townsfolk?
Rally the townsfolk. This is something I don't think that sneaking in is necessarily the answer. I'm not saying go in guns blazing, but I say we will let them know.
You wanna build a militia?
I want to build a rebellion.
I like it. Well, they would recognize you, wouldn't they, Percy? You've
I have
been
a
around.
plan.
I'm not.
You have a
I'm
plan?
kind of into this. Yeah.
Does it involve
He
healing
has a
the
plan.
tree?
Yeah.
I don't think there is any sneaking in thanks to those birds, so we
I
need
don't
to
either.
stand out here.
Tell us your plan.
Bring him out to the sun tree.
My plan is
Fuck
we
that.
do our best to sneak in. We find cover. Obviously, you said there's abandoned buildings. We find cover. We heal the tree. I have some other ideas. We take those zombie giants out one by one, quietly.
We're gonna be insurgents?
Let him
Want to
finish
be
the plan.
insurgents?
I kind of love this.
Okay.
It's kind of like Attack on Titan.
We start finding our friends and we start making friends.
Okay.
We let them know we're back.
I like it. I like having the people. It feels less like we're the United States.
Okay, why do we...
Can I-
I have some
Red
parchment left.
says
I have a thing I want to build while I'm in the tree. It's very simple, and I want to show you what it is. And
What is...
I want to take some gunpowder and basically
Like a pipe bomb.
basically attach it to a piece of parchment. I want to wet it into a piece of parchment and let it dry, so that when I set fire to that piece of parchment, I get a burn scar. So I like to create a burn scar.
Yeah, that's totally doable.
Thank you.
Like, go ahead and roll a tinkering check just
Want
for
to
the
be
sake of
scarred?
impossible.
A burn scar on yourself?
No, it'll scar anything.
Oh.
It just creates a very, very high heat.
Like
Oh,
a
you're
mark.
like a brand.
Like a mark. Like our mark.
Like a mark,
Like our mark.
not our mark.
The resistance.
The resistance.
I need a beret.
I rolled a 23.
Okay, so several things about this. Number one, great character work from Sam. I really like it. I really like him sticking to his guns on, like, why the fuck are we doing all this risk for a stupid ass fucking ass tree? Like, he doesn't get it, and I think that is, like, reasonable. If he doesn't think that Pelor is going to come down and help them just because they healed a tree, it's super reasonable for him to be pushing back on this. Again, great character work. Next, them bringing up, like, hey, let's rally a militia. That's starting to tick Scanlan's boxes. I'm like, Scanlan's like, look, like, sure, heal your fucking tree, but, like, we're gonna have to be fighting off all this bullshit while you do it. Like, not worth it. But, you know, not Scanlan, Percival says, okay, you know, we're gonna gather the militia. Sam's now like, okay, something I can fucking focus on. That's his, like, charismatic side, leader of men, Burt Reynolds, attorney at law. Like, you know, that's something he can latch onto, which is, I just think that was a great little bit of character work of, like, being like, I'm not down with this plan. I am down with that plan. Like, it can be that simple. Love it. Next thing. I really like this explanation of the plan from Percy / Taliesin. I've talked a lot about how sometimes it can be very, very tempting as both a DM and a player to want to keep our plan secret so that there's this big reveal and everyone's like, wow, shock and awe. That's what a cool and based plan. How awesome. And then, and then you'll be the talk of the town. But sometimes that's not how it works out. Maybe you've been doing things, but you don't tell anyone else because you want to surprise them. And now they're not really coordinating with you, so then they kind of ruin your plan. Orion was like, yeah, exactly, wherever this comes in. Yeah, exactly Orion's vibe. Whereas, having the quintessential, and Mike talked about this in his Tiberius video of that is quintessentially wanting to be the smartest person in the room, which is an amazing and legitimate fantasy to want to engage in. That's totally cool. Percy's doing that right now. Percy is 1,000% doing the smartest person in the room fantasy, but he's laying out his plan in front of everyone, and he's convincing, and he's getting them all on board. Scanlan wants a beret. And that can be just as cool. And watching this plan all come together can be just as satisfying. So just big thumbs up to this entire sequence. Really big thumbs up. The beret is a reference to Sam playing in Les Mis, specifically the character who wears a beret. No, it is not, Topaz. That is a fucking stretch, and you know it. Is that even on the board? That's not even on the board today. Why are we stretching like this? Come on. You know what? Fuck it. If it's on your board, sure. It's a reference to Gavroche. Take it. Whatever. Mega is turning around on Scanlan just like I said he would. Mark my words. By the end of C1, Scanlan will be Mega's favorite. Look, if he gets progressively less weird and progressively more like this, you're probably right. Straight up. He was Gavroche in Broadway as a child. Yes, but that's not a beret. I think that's a stretch to say that is why he needs a beret. Come on. I wasn't playing bingo. I thought it was a fun fact. Oh, dang it. Well, shit. You were being legitimate and now I'm the asshole. Fuck. Fine. He was in Les Mis. Respect the timer. I will respect the timer, but you guys are probably right.
Well, the rest of you end up taking your evening's rest. Grog, of which immediately you snap your hand again, fall 15 feet to the ground. But you manage to make your way up there and just kind of bear hug the tree trunk for rest. You're usually sitting in uncomfortable situations.
I throw 5 or 6 pine cones at his head.
Over time or at once?
Once.
Okay.
Fucking gravity.
You managed to complete 3 pieces of parchment, roughly page size, with your black powder treatment successfully.
A beret is classic symbol of revolution. What? What are we talking about? Is it? A beret? A beret to me is a classic symbol of art and cigarettes. I mean, I'm thinking about it now and it's the green berets and, some military people wear berets. But when I was in ROTC, we fucking wore covers. We didn't wear fucking berets. The little cone hats. So okay, this is what I think of when I think of berets. I do not think of... This is the man I think of when I think of a beret. I'm not thinking of this dude or even even this person. I don't even know what's going on there. I'm thinking of people going for a semester abroad, not marching in the armed forces. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I hear what you're saying, and I know that I'm probably in the wrong, but that's just not at all where my brain goes. When I hear beret, French Revolution, French beret. He was so much in Les Mis, they fell off a barricade and had to go to the hospital in full costume. That's dope. Also Che Guevara. Yeah, you're right. Nothing says artsy like the Green Beret. Art and SIGs are from French. Yeah. But I don't think of it as like war with the French, you know? I don't think of it as like actually thing. It's also a military symbol. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys are right, and I know I'm wrong, but yeah, that is not at all where my brain went.
The mist rolls in, gets thicker and thicker to the point where you cannot see the floor of the forest.
Yeah,
the
you're
little bit of moonlight
right.
manages to make its way through the boughs of the trees, trickles through, and then vanishes into these kind of slowly shifting bits of fog. Your breath, every time you exhale,
What
is
up,
visible as the cold
Richard?
night air begins to take, and you find yourselves instinctively shivering as you cannot grow close to each other for heat nor build a fire for it. And the night, while uncomfortable, you do manage to get an evening's bit of mostly uncomfortable rest, but rest nonetheless. Eventually coming to, as the morning sun comes up and heats it up, the fog begins to fade away and burn away. You're at about an hour past sunrise as you all unrestfully come to consciousness as the temperature shift hits.
Dude,
you manage to...
Okay, so this is a really quick thing. God, I'm pausing so much. This is a jam-packed ep. Like Matt constantly being like, yeah, it's unrestful. It sucks. You get a terrible night's sleep. Fuck you. You don't sleep well, even if you think you do. I know that I'm full healing you and giving you back all of your resources, so like mechanically you slept well, but you didn't sleep well. This is one of those times where exhaustion would be so nice to give out. It would just feel right. But 5e exhaustion is so crazy punishing that you just can't. Like, this sort of situation is like the reason that I am so into 1D&D's exhaustion. Because I would literally be like, when they're going to bed, I'd be like, hey, this camp's like kind of fucking sucks. It's going to be really hard for you guys to get a good night's rest here. You know, you're going to get a long rest. You're going to heal all your stuff, get your things back, but you're going to take a level of exhaustion. But using 1D&D exhaustion, that's -1 on all of your ability checks, basically all your D20 rolls. Amazing. So now they have to consider, okay, shit, like, do we want to go out, maybe build a campsite? Do we may want to take that risk with the huntress and the wolves and like everything going on in this area? Or do we just want to eat the -1? -1 kind of isn't that bad. So that's why I love that exhaustion system. I'm going to be using that exhaustion system in all of my future D&D campaigns because I think it's just the lower barrier to entry just means that I can interact with it more as a DM without it being a fucking dickhead move. Don't say sorry, you will never stop once you do. Nah, I say sorry. How many likes on this video get Mega to wear a beret in the next video? Bro, I don't even own a beret. I would have to go and buy a beret. What am I going to use a beret for after this? How about... I don't even know, man. None. You know what? Actually, I'll set a cap. 100. You can't do it. The 47 people watching is an insane number for concurrence. If you guys get it over 100 likes, I will go out and buy a fucking beret. No shot that it happens. No shot. This isn't even reverse psychology bullshit. I don't want to go and buy a beret that I will never use again. But let's call it 100. 69. No, 69 is actually doable. I actually think you guys could get it to 69, so I don't want to set it there. Okay, can I finally say what I always wanted to say when Orion was being Orion? 1,000%. Yeah, Richard. We're done with the Orion era. Go forth and be free with your Orion opinions. If you're worried if it's going to be a spoiler or not, you know, you can always check in the spoilers channel, but yeah, go let loose on Orion. Oh yeah, and also as long as it's like TOS friendly and not like, I don't know, like weird, I guess. But overthrow your boss. How about the kind you find at a secondhand store? Do secondhand stores have berets? again, berets are like a bougie thing to me. So I can't imagine a secondhand store even like having one off the top of my head. Prince is awesome. Purple beret. Time to step up the game chat. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Ah, yeah. It do be. It do be at that. Drugs will ruin your life, kids. Yeah. And Prince is also very Scanlan appropriate. True. I'm on 2 different Discords that are about to be spammed with this link. Oh, if you get it over 100, I'll get. That would be my most liked video ever. That would be more than double my most liked video ever. So I'll go out and buy it if you guys can do it.
Think yourselves of your spider silk based hammocks and or.
I've never listened to a single Prince song, Hans. I know he has one where the rain is purple. I don't know anything else about Prince. I'm not a Prince hater like I am about the Beatles, but I've literally never listened to a single Prince song. Have to get berets for both dogs as well. It is 69 likes per dog. So 100 likes for me, 69 likes per dog to get them berets.
Tree grasping. Both you and Trinket both have found these kind of way of clutching onto the tree as you.
I could,
Trinket
but
just
I'm
wow.
into it.
I'm into it.
I'm
This is
about
like
to
something,
watch
right?
something
It is about
else.
7:30 in the morning.
Can I do a quick scribe back to
one with
the
the
poo
berets
jar that I
for
left in our
Christmas.
kitchen, just to make sure our
Certainly.
home base
He was
is
into
okay?
colors.
Take a moment
I
to
guess.
concentrate in the kitchen. At this point in time, you can see early morning. Lena is currently just going there yawning and is cleaning out and starting to make a small breakfast for all the guards. You can see and hear in the distance some conversation in the distant room. Appears to be a couple of your various employed mercenaries having a conversation. She's making breakfast.
So they're fine.
They seem fine.
So I knock that one off, and I'll try for Pike.
Okay. Concentrating on Pike. About 2 minutes of hard concentration. There's no connection.
They wiped my poo away.
You gather, due to the relatively fresh and unstable nature of this potion you had concocted, you can only have one source connection up at a time. So when you left it in your keep, it seems that the one you had at the Temple of Saren Ray was alleviated of its magical presence. So what was once a magical scry poo is literally just scan scat.
Which some could argue is magical in its own right.
Sure enough, with a high enough persuasion roll.
Teacher,
Dude, Admiral Jackbar, at least I've actually heard Chocolate Rain. I'll just say that.
teacher.
Does it change color when it loses its power?
You don't know?
Damn it! I want to know.
Only one way to find out.
God damn it.
Ask Pike when you see her again.
We can actually, your poo power may come in very handy in the next. Like, this is good to know.
Let's go find an abandoned building.
Could
to
we
set
throw
up.
in a Scanlan grenade? And be
Sure.
able to see through it?
Sure. Yeah.
A scat grenade.
A scat grenade. Sure. I could
Scatland.
get in.
Scatland.
I could get in, shit in their bedroom, and leave.
You shit in your hand and you twist
Oh
it.
yeah, that
Throw it.
too. Pull the pin.
Yes,
Remember
this is
that.
what
That's
this is what
awesome.
happens.
Oh, the can of
You could
worms
fly
Matt
that
has
and kill it.
opened
Yes.
up.
Drop it like a bomb.
And then we'd have eyes in
Yeah.
there. Oh,
I like it.
I
That's
like
really
this a
fun.
lot. Give me something to eat.
What?
Holy crap.
need some
Sweet
fuel.
potato
I need
right
some
here,
fuel.
Scanlan.
No arcane crap.
Sweet potato.
Yeah, I'll count that for Scanlan makes a poop joke. I'm feeling
Sweet potatoes,
generous.
that's good.
I'll
Yes.
count that. That made,
You know,
yeah.
something hearty.
All right, we're off the
It
rails.
wasn't
So,
like an
you gotta make one of
explicit
those.
joke,
You make your way
but
down
I think it's close
into
enough.
the forest. About another hour and a half of travel before you start getting to where the trees begin to clear up a little bit, and you can see the base of the cleared off mountain where Whitestone Castle is built upon, and the pathway that descends into the outer wall of the city of Whitestone.
How far of a travel is it down into the city?
It's maybe a quarter mile.
So like we could do that in
Yeah, I
a
mean,
little amount.
spatialization wise, you guys are just getting to like this side of the forest right there. Right there.
Okay.
And this is the.
So if we're gonna try to
mountain.
stealth this shit in,
Do we take the stealthy one or the invisible
Wait,
one?
where's
Wait.
You're
Wait,
so right.
Which plan are we doing first?
First part is getting an abandoned building.
so that we can be near the tree to protect
So that we
you
can
while
be
you clean it.
townspeople.
Okay.
Right?
So you can get a beret.
Abandoned building, part one.
We're setting up shop.
Get into the town.
So who goes and
Part one.
finds the abandoned building?
Percy is known here.
Yeah, but
Which is why I'm going to be wearing. I haven't been seen in years, and when I was seen, I was much younger. And honestly,
Yes, but the Briarwoods.
I had
knew you
different
were.
hair. I
The
guess.
Briarwoods recognized you instantly.
they did, which was.
But they're not on sentry duty.
We need a forward operating base. So who wants to be stealthy or invisible and find an empty building?
Question. For the assassin path of rogue, at 9th level, I can, if I have 7 days, which is way too much time, I can impersonate anyone I want.
Correct.
In half a day, could I just be a dirty nobody?
Yeah, be able to disguise yourself.
We also have the hat.
The disguise
Hat
kit.
of disguise.
It's good.
So Percy,
does it
Percy knows
require-
this town. Perhaps Percy should wear the hat.
Does it require attunement?
Just a few minutes, I think.
I already have the hat.
Yes, you have it from the,
That's right.
the dinner
From
party.
before.
Would I also? I would like
Saw
to.
through it,
I've
though.
been trying to think of what sorts of buildings would be the most defensible and the least likely to arouse suspicion.
Well,
Yes, long rests do count as going unconscious, and thanks, Richard. I'm like, I want to get even more things into the bingo card eventually, and I need to take out all the Tiberius stuff, but I do like it.
Things with basements.
I mean, a lot of the houses have basements. There are
Weinford?
varying degrees of it. There are larger homesteads that were reserved for the actual nobles that ran the day-to-day life of Whitestone when your family was in power. Or as you heard from Desmond, apparently probably the places where the new nobles live. Those are the ones that have the gates around them. They're the larger homesteads, kind of scattered throughout the town.
It's too obvious.
It's far too obvious. There are many small abodes and even some farm-based hovels. The poor end of town is the farming side, which is the southwest, which is the closest area to where you guys actually made your stop earlier.
I would almost say a shopping district if there's a way, if there's an abandoned.
The shopping district is the center of town around the town square.
Around Sentry?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Might be too close. Before we go.
I don't. Oh, you're technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Shit. I need to reword that tile.
Still marching in there. Finding an abode. to
I
live in is
did
not
get
gonna
rules
be too
lawyered.
difficult.
Shit.
We'll need food and.
Are we living in there?
Yes, we're
Not going to be there.
We have dry food rations.
We have some
because
food
we
rations.
have
We have
shit in
options.
the back.
We got food for
we might be there for days and days.
We've got food for
We got
days.
dry
and
food
days.
rations.
We have to go around town and forgive me if I'm going too far with your plan here, but aren't we trying to win allies among the people?
I have a plan.
But we'll need to communicate with them. How?
He has a
He
plan.
has a plan.
He has a plan.
Come on, drop your pants and get with the plan.
What time is it? Have we gone to sleep? Oh, we're waking
You
up.
guys are awake. It's probably after this discussion. I'd say it's about 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30.
Let's make our way in.
This is the time.
We should
right
stealth
now.
in.
Are we doing the tree thing right now?
Well, actually, you're traveled to the city and you're on the outskirts of it now. You'd be closer to 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
We get in.
Trying to get in.
We
do
find a
tree
place.
thing.
We find a place to
Hide.
at least set up an operation.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Do we want to find operations, try and
We don't really
recoup-
know what we're going to find this morning. Those big guys could still be there. We don't know.
We don't.
We don't know if there are people in the pocket of the Briarwoods here.
Because I'm thinking
It's
maybe
like
take a
12% of
day
the plan.
to get in, get settled.
I
I
like
can do a
12.
hero's feast, and then I start cracking dawn in the morning.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
It's
get in-
already
let's-
9:30.
let's get
It's
in
gonna
and
be
set up.
10, 11 o'clock by the time we
Hold
get there at that point.
Let's find a place.
All
All
right.
right.
So wait,
Yep.
we're just gonna walk into the city.
No, we're going to stealth into this.
Okay.
We're gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on everybody.
Okay.
Beer check.
That was an 8.
So.
Beard check.
Oh. Your beard is pretty much at the fullest it'll ever be.
Oh.
You probably get a little more thickness to it, but your beard's at maximum grog age. Like the fact that you even have a Goliath beard is a feat of magic in its own right.
Amazing.
You would be a freak.
Like a Vidal Sassoon commercial.
That's cool.
Isn't that dope?
Rules
Oh, I've
lawyer
heard
tie
that
is
no one in
good.
this town wears a beard.
Oh, natural 20 on stealth.
You can forget it.
Although there's kind of already the suit and the shirt and tie, and we have a very limited number of emoji slots. That's part of the issue with the emojis is that there's literally just a limited number of slots. So I don't know about the rules lawyer tie, but I'll keep thinking.
So if you guys are traveling as a group, I need stealth checks from everybody.
Do we have pass without a trace?
I was gonna say, can we?
We do actually have dagger. It just didn't come up on this card gen. Feel free to put it into submissions for content. If you have any suggestions for what should go on the bingo cards, throw it into submissions for content in the Discord.
Take a little bit of time to look more like commoners.
I'm wearing
yeah.
my hat too.
Look like commoners.
I rub
Yeah,
dirt all
dirty
over
up.
my face.
Oh yes, Richard, you're predicting a lot of them already. Let's see. So these are the ones that we currently have, which is a little hard to parse through. Let me see if it looks better when I copy and paste it. It does not. What about a Phoenix Wright objection emote? That could work, Inspire. No spoilers for submissions for content. Keep it to episode 28. Yes, that's true. Maybe hold off on suggestions. I will put together a list and I will get rid of Orion because currently Orion is still on the list, and I will post the current list that is all of these into submissions for content, and I will create a thread for people to submit more if they want them.
I'm a Goliath.
Plus,
And
we have
I
a bear.
try to look less handsome.
Yeah, we do look like quite the motley
Just
crew.
I'm
rub
wearing
it,
a natural 20.
just rubbing it in, Robin.
Okay.
Did you roll natural 20 as well?
That's good.
Both of you guys roll natural 20s in stealth?
Had a little help in luck, but I got it.
There you go.
That's really good because I rolled a 1.
All right.
Oh no.
I got
Pass without a trace.
Oh, so it's 11.
28.
Still
Are we
failure.
all
Still
going
fail.
together? Or are we not sending one person in to go find an empty building?
We're all going
You
together.
guys are all going together. When you dirty yourself up a bit, you're still a large Goliath. You're still like a few half elves.
You're
A
still
gnome.
a bear.
You know,
walking.
outside of illusion magic, you're still gonna stick out like
Should we
a
cast
club.
illusion magic?
Rambo,
Do we have it to make it?
Predator.
You mean like
I'm
walking
walking
50
feet
feet
See
in front of
me to
everybody
make
else?
Grog and Trinket look like commoners.
I'm 50 feet in front of everyone else.
Yeah, do that.
Do that?
Oh, you like, am I seeming us?
Sure.
Look like
All right.
farmers?
I will cast seeming on us,
Oh, this is a legit use of seeming too. Okay.
where we will all look like
As
dirty,
opposed to the cows?
Opposed to
Come
cows.
on.
dirty, ragged peasants.
One
Trinket
one.
as well.
Yes.
Trinket looks like a donkey.
He'll just be a really drunk
A
peasant.
or a
Can
donkey.
Can I just say
A
this?
mule.
Can we just leave
No,
Trinket behind?
I'm not
I don't
leaving
want to walk in there with a bear.
He'll look like a fucking donkey, or he'll look like another commoner.
I think I can only make us all look the same.
Then he'll look like a fucking
You
commoner.
get something
Simon.
of similar size, I believe, as far as seeming's concerned, and I'll.
He'll look
not
like a
allow-
commoner. Just
Clydesdale.
Just
Weird
leave
commoner.
Trinket
A milk
behind.
cow.
Bear on the outside of town when there's hounds around, and there's fucking vampires and birds flying
Oh,
around.
wait, no. You can give each target a new appearance.
Yep.
So I can make everyone look a little different.
Each creature can seem a foot shorter or taller or appear thin, fat, or in between.
Make him look like a milk cow.
Can't change their body type, so like Trinket will still be like a four-legged creature, but you can make it look like a different four-legged creature.
There you go.
Okay.
And
He's a milk cow.
Real
Hey.
talk. Do you want it to be
Real
a donkey?
talk, my
something
sister
that
will
can
cut you.
move? Milk cows are slow.
Bring the bear.
Donkeys can move more quickly.
All right, donkey.
All right.
He's an ass.
All right, so Trinket
So
takes
you,
some
like
time.
darling, so
Corona.
you.
The rest of you are a smattering of various humanoids. You.
I make myself look like a weird hunchback, sort of not all there.
Okay, so you guys look like pretty rough peasants, dirty faces, hair a little razzled. Looks like you've been living.
That, John, that is already a bingo square. It's just not on this one. What I want to do, so this is part of the, and this is something I can just like directly leak, because it's not really a surprise, and it won't really be like explicitly like ready anytime soon. So let me pull it up on the other screen. Nope, that's not it. Am I not logged in? I'm not logged in. Let's go. So, oh God, I'm not even logged. Oh, this is gonna take a second. This is what we call vamping. But essentially, right now, I have kind of this combination of places where you can find stuff. So I have, the World Anvil is kind of for my, my homebrew. The Discord has all my links. And it's just like things are scattered about. I even have some things like embedded in Google Drive still on some like video descriptions. So I'm trying to centralize everything. I also have a link tree, which I'm sure most people didn't even know because I don't put it anywhere. So what I'm trying to do is I was debating like, okay, I want to kind of have like one central place to host everything. What is that going to be? Now, I have made it no secret. I fucking love World Anvil. I love World Anvil. It is like my campaign organizer of choice. And so, a little bit of a leak, I'm redoing the World Anvil. So if you've ever been there before, you will notice that it looks a little bit different. Not like super different, but I'm going to redo everything to have it not only host my magic item stuff, so like we have TTRPG content here in the World Codex, but it will also host things like the book club notes. Oh, that's the back end. So like right here, I have the book club in the World Codex. And then we have Stormlight Archives, Way of Kings, and we have Part 1 notes. I need to post the Part 2 notes. But I'm going to start having this be like the repository of all of my stuff. So like I'll have like the bingo card notes here. Notes about my different content series. So like all of the things about the Critical Role watch through, about the eventual like Tech Tuesday I want to do, about the behind the screens, DM Live, like all of that, and like all of the notes that I take in the descriptions and maybe the supplemental content will all go on here. And I will also use this the same way that one might use like a link tree. So I'll put like my TikTok in here, YouTube channel, like I did right here. I'll put the Discord link, all of that sort of shit. Get the sponsorship mega. I mean, I am not so subtly trying to do exactly that. I would fucking love to be sponsored by World Anvil. I do a 20-minute segment about them every stream. I could talk about them all day long. So yeah, I mean, dude, if anyone has the hookup, I'll fucking take it. But I doubt that they sponsor people this small. But yeah, I absolutely love World Anvil. I'm already a fucking guild master. I'm one off the most expensive tier because I literally use it for everything. Like everything TTRPG related. So that's where everything's going. So things like the bingo card, I will try to make like an active list of all the bingo card stuff and host it up here, and I will post the link to that in the Discord at some point. Oof, is your OnlyFans in your link tree? Dude, it'll be in the World Anvil. It's not in the link tree. But it'll be in the World Anvil when it comes. My sister, high five. Oh, yeah. So we'll get back to that. My sister. Hashtag ad. Beat me to the joke. Sweet. Sounds good. Yeah. Size doesn't matter, Mega. I think it matters when they're paying you. I think it occasionally matters in that context. But yeah, I fucking love World Anvil. This is me saying it right now, completely unsponsored. And I'm hoping legitimately when I do get sponsored by World Anvil and I tell you that I love them and use them all the time, and I used them before they sponsored me. Here's the fucking proof. I've used them for 3 years. I pay for the second to top tier. I love World Anvil. I'm saying that completely unsponsored, so when I do get sponsored, you'll know it's all legit.
The harsh life on the outskirts of the slums of Whitestone for quite some time
This matters
with a donkey. So you guys utilizing your stealth checks and assuming you make your way up to which side of Whitestone are you coming in
For
from?
the double 20.
Where are we coming up?
Coming in from the west.
Okay, so you come into this entrance here. You make your way into the center of town, blending in best you can. There are a few folks who see you enter, kind of just give a strange look. You all are unfamiliar to the denizens of Whitestone.
No shit.
But you don't look like a threat per se. So you are noticed, and some people do seem to just stop and watch you pass, but no one seems to make any active mention, note, or change behavior towards it.
When checking buildings while we're walking through.
I have passive perception.
I
21.
walk over just to
Always
one random person on the street and say, "Is anyone iron hands on farms?"
The
farm burned down.
Oh god.
make a deception roll.
You?
I'll give you advantage on it because the seeming does put you in a visual perspective from close to it.
That is a full. Oh no, hold on.
No.
Hold on, I'm gonna use luck.
The first number gonna be a 40?
No, it's not 40. All right, so it's a 14.
Okay, it's 2 luck rolls.
Is this where you slow down the playback speed? Honestly, so I'm being a little bit more permissive about or not permissive, I should say, but I'm being a little bit less strict with myself about how often I'm pausing, how much I'm talking, the respect to the timer is a joke, but I legitimately have to do it if I don't want the streams to be 7-8 hours, because they were at one point. And we're just getting more and more and more that I want to talk about and more people to talk with. So slowing down the stream, unless it is a big moment, is probably not going to happen. Slowing down the playback speed. So if there is a big moment, a very impactful moment for really any reason, if it's a big player moment, big narrative moment, what have you, you can say in chat, hey, maybe you should slow it down. Totally cool with that. I don't consider that a spoiler, really. But unless it is important, I'm probably not going to slow it down. Sometimes I'll rewind and choose to slow it down, but in general, we have to keep it at 1.5 out of combat, 1.75 in combat. Otherwise, I just can't get through an episode in a reasonable amount of time. I would have to do 2-parters for every episode. New voice unlocked. Yeah, new Liam voice unlocked. It sounded good. I was like, "Ooh, shit!" I'm giving him a low DC on that one. That was nice. My suggestion would be to replace Go Unconscious would be any PC rolls a death save. Ooh, I like that. I do like that. That's a good idea. It's when Matt starts to talk about the tree. Understood. Okay. John has it. Gotcha. When John says it's a big moment. Okay. Eventually he will stop talking to chat. Wah. When John says, got it. Okay. Cool. Sounds good.
I know.
The woman you approach, who's probably in her early 30s, pale blonde hair, it looks like she might be actually kind of losing it in places. Kind of gives the look. You poor people shouldn't be here.
Just need some work.
I'm fine, but I'm not going anywhere else. Nothing to Whitestone. She turns around and walks back, joining kind of armed with apparently a man that she's paired with, and the two of them just kind of walk away, a bit dumbfounded that people walked into Whitestone. As this happens, you glance over your shoulder and you see, coming from the northern edge of this side wall,
Oh, we should avoid that shit.
a very tall, noticeably undead giant with its jaw broken off and hanging in the hinge, dried, caked blood across its chest, and it's just dragging this large club behind it.
Where are we? Like, what are our surroundings?
You guys right now, you're in a T. To the right and left are roads that go along the inside of the wall that surrounds Whitestone. To the front of you is the path that leads further into the city.
Let's go into the city.
We casually
Let's.
begin to
I want to head through the city, possibly in the direction of the
There's a
cemetery.
corner.
Yeah.
Cemetery's over here. So
Yeah, I want to head in that direction.
All right, so you guys make your way through.
Keeping an eye out for, buildings that
What's-
look like clustered and abandoned, like we could hide in.
What's changed?
What you've noticed has changed. One, largely the population is far more sparse than what you recall. What was once a bustling city, you're now seeing about half as many people as you would see this time of day. Going through, everyone seems to be in relatively poor health. There are a few buildings that look like long-term abandoned immediately in this kind of area here on the outskirts that catches your guys' eye. You do notice that the corner lamps that you have are set up at the different corners of the streets appear to be shattered. There would be like glass oil lanterns that at night someone would go around and light them after the sunset. The posts that would hold them now are all either broken
Whitestone
or the glass
is a
itself
real
is shattered.
downer.
It'd be really dark.
I want it to be really dark. I'm also thinking about that cemetery.
We're not going to live in a cemetery. That's super creepy.
As opposed to all of the other things.
Everything here is super creepy.
Is there
opposed to
other
sleeping in
abandoned
the
buildings
dark.
around? that
There
we
are
could
plenty of
hide in?
buildings that look dark and mostly untouched in this section here as you begin to move closer and towards
Let's get east of the center square and set up camp.
Okay,
there.
where's the castle? Is it on the top of?
It's the north
Oh, is
here.
that thingy? Okay. All right.
We're trying to shoot for here.
Okay.
You guys move this way as you push towards the center of this here.
Fix her up.
You
You speak giant croc?
Yeah.
you move past the center here, and to the left of you can see towards the town square, and there it is, the sun tree, a very, very large. You imagine beautiful tree at one time. At full height is probably about 40 feet tall. The branches twist out and almost look like they're hanging loosely at the ends. Everything looks droopy and desolate. There's not a leaf on it.
Can I do some sort of check from a distance to see if I can recognize what kind of tree it is?
Make an nature check.
18.
Okay, it's hard to tell from this distance. There are a number of types of trees it could be. It's not indigenous to this land. The fact that it grew here means that either it was transplanted or it was some sort of
Magically grown.
Divine intervention.
magical creation for its presence.
Okay.
And you do see the silhouette of the 8 figures slowly swaying from beneath the branches.
We continue on. Don't pay too much attention to it. Find a place to post up.
No, don't get
If
emotional.
you do your nature-y spell from inside a building, does it still do the same thing, or do you have to be next to the tree while you're doing it?
No, it's a large radius, right?
So the way the spell works,
Several
I can do it one of
miles.
two ways. I can do it instantaneously, essentially grow up a whole bunch of plants and brush and shrubbery
Yeah,
around me,
spooky
or I can wait and I can concentrate for a while and instill a plant with vibrant
Okay.
life and energy and heal the farmlands, and it would stretch out for a really far radius.
Let's keep moving.
I'm gonna probably want to do more the second one.
Okay.
Does it inside
Do you guys want to keep moving on this path?
No,
Do you want to go
I
through the
think
square,
it's-
closer to the tree? Do you want to move
We'll
southward?
avoid the tree a little bit and just
We'll
keep
go
going
around.
straight.
So keep going this way.
Yeah?
Do we see? There's like a larger building, isn't there? I can't tell.
Actually, I would say let's see if let's get a good look at the tree. Let's walk by it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna walk by the tree?
Okay.
Okay. We'll
Just
walk by-
don't look like it's no big deal.
No.
You guys turn left and you make your way towards the town square. And as you enter the square, looking around, you can see there are what would have been carts and small booths set up for selling of meats and other goods. What was a small, barter and sale based hub of this town. Nowhere near on the scale of Iman's Bazaar, but enough to support this town.
150 feet.
Desolate.
Can't do it.
All look to be closed down and untouched for quite some time. As you get a closer look to the, actually, I'm gonna have you guys roll perception checks
Go away for a bit.
if you're kind of not getting too close to the tree.
5.
9.
Not
26.
getting too close.
19.
14.
No, that's a
23.
As you guys are keeping on the outskirts of the square, it's hard to make out the details, and the weathering has kind of muddled the figures that are hanging there. Percy and Vax, you guys notice the figure on the far left.
The body.
The body on the far left has a like a red paint smattered across its face and its arms. It's wearing a dirtied green vest-like robe that dangles below it as it hangs there loosely. Immediately to the left of it, you see what looks to be the body of a child. The child is dressed up in a purple-ish billowing shirt, a very fine silk shirt and pantaloons, and is dangling there next to it. To the left of that, you see appears to be a female, adorned in greens and browns. Looks like red paint has been driven through the hair, and dangles to the left of that figure. Next to that, you see what appears
I'm
to
walking
be
the fuck away.
you see what appears to be another woman dressed in dark blacks and browns, leathers, some furs across the top, dark hair, dangling. To the left of that, you see another man dressed similarly, dark grays and blacks, long dark hair, dangling. To the left of that, you see a rather large man, older, rotund, probably in his 40s, clothing padded but mostly open chest, hair completely shaved bald. Looks like there are dark scars or placed across the face, hanging. To the left of that, you see this figure is actually not humanoid. It appears to have been
Oh my god.
recently hunted bear that is dangling.
No,
next
no,
to the
no, no,
rest of
no,
the
no,
group.
no, no.
Wait, what? Is that us?
It looks like us.
What?
It's us.
They killed people they thought were us. Or they killed...
Or it's a message.
Or it's a message to us.
Do they look like us, or are they just dressed like us? Are they made to look like us?
Do you want to get closer and look?
Yeah.
I'm a little curious.
Do you want to get closer and
Is there
look?
is there
Are
any
you
is there
sure?
anything around the tree other than
They're
this? Is there
probably
anything at the
watching
base
the
of the
tree.
tree? Is there anything?
From what you can see now,
they are.
nothing but just rocks and stones and piles of loose
We have
cloth
a
that
good
just been
plan.
rotting.
Whoa. Oh man. Fun vibes. Matt Mercer moment indeed, Hans. Ah. Okay. That was such a fun game. Genuinely one of the best scenes of the show. I mean, it's I think that this is a really good thing. Oh man, where do I center my thoughts? I am down with it. Like I'm into like the creepy and sometimes like the serious shit. But that is like borderline like potentially a good thing to bring up when you're talking about like walls and veils in session 0, because that was intense. Talking about just like in detail about these hanging bodies. And like D&D can be a place for intense shit. And I think all of the players are into it. But you know, one of the things that I think about a lot when we watch these APs is that I know that so many people got into D&D through Critical Role. And I sometimes, like, there's a little part of my brain that worries of, like, you know, someone sees that and that is iconic. Like, that is so sick. And they will maybe do that sort of tone at a table where the other players aren't maybe prepared for it to, like, take that dark of a turn. I mean, I think that Matt, again, you know, talking about how the Stone Giant Fortress was kind of a foreshadowing event and kind of a tone setter. I mean, I think that the Stone Giant Fortress did a good job to foreshadow and set the tone for this really darker second half. So in terms of like an overall session, I think that he got us there. I think that, like, even you could see, like, the characters kind of, or the players kind of, like, you know, had some fun moments and had some levity, but he has continued to drag them back into the darkness consistently. Genuinely one of the best scenes in the show. Yeah, huge iconic moment. Yeah. Just everyone's reaction as they put together and realize what Matt is describing. I did not get it. Especially, like, The only one that I was like, it's not humanoid and it's like rotund. I was like, is that Grog? But obviously Grog isn't rotund. It's very interesting because like they're asking like the question of like, is it a warning? Did they actually think it was them? The Briarwoods know what they look like, so I feel like it's a warning. I have a feeling the actual castle is not going to be a fun place. I'm nervous. I just thought about how the inside of the castle is not going to be a fun, joy, happy Disneyland. Yeah, I love it. And hate it. Matt is a genius in this. That is really good. Either way, like no matter what it is, like narratively, I don't even need to know. Whatever Matt is doing with this is intensely clever for this uber powerful noble family that has complete control over this area. Like, what a fucking message to send. Yeah. Yeah, that is a Mercer moment, yeah. That's some grim dark stuff, yeah. Going back to watch each player's face and see precisely when it clicks is so much fun. I have bad anxiety. I'm okay with D&D stuff. My GM just knows I need to know intense stuff is coming up. Yeah, which I think is like when like you need to. I mean, at a home table, I think you can just straight up like break the kayfabe, like just break the scene and be like, hey, this part's about to be intense. But also, if you don't want to do that, you can just try to intensely foreshadow it. I think that Matt did a good job of foreshadowing it. But, if it's something that his players were uncomfortable with, you might need to even get more intense about your foreshadowing and like your ramp up to that point. Like maybe... I mean, it sounds kind of fucked, but like talk about like dead bodies in the street, moldering smell of rot and decay, like get them in that darkest dungeon fucking mindset before you drop this huge narration on them. But wow, that was woof. I feel like if Orion was present, he would have ruined that scene. Yeah, he would have like prestidigitated the fucking paint off their face. Not to be too fucking harsh, but yeah, he would have been like, I cast telekinesis and get them all down now. How disrespectful! Like, yeah, it would have been. He would not have let it sit, which it definitely needs. Top 10, if not top 5 moment of C1. Yeah, I'm not sure I would ever be able to GM such a scene myself. Not only lack of ability, but lack of stomach. I could get close, but the individualized nature of it, like that narration, ooh, that was tough to sit through. Like, him just going through each one and be like, this body hanging, this body dangling, this body swaying. Like, it just felt relentless, which was great. Like it was a good kind of relentless, or maybe effective is more the word. Because like I've had some of those like grimdark tones in my game Worlds, but that sort of intense description is oof. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever done something like that in my games. Would made it about him, yeah. Yeah, the stone giant former location needed to be a museum to set this up. Probably. Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing that I really wanted to hit home in my previous thing of like, I think that museum feel really wouldn't have worked if these were in 2 different sessions, but because they're in the same session, that mausoleum, empty, museum-like feel is a good tone setter and intro to the back half of the session. Yeah. Oh, which is a great example of how the same scene and the same piece of world building can work or not work depending on its surroundings, not only just in how you're ordering things, but in how you're ordering things within a session itself. It's a very complicated like concept and topic to think about, but it is good to think about. I have a bad habit of smiling when I'm uncomfortable. Would not be able to do this scene as a GM. Yeah. Sam got it very late. Welcome to Whitestone. The Briarwoods wanted to kill them, but it got close, so they did this instead. Yeah. Welcome to Whitestone. Population fluctuating. Jesus. Yeah. Oh. The Briarwood arc is apparently not going to be a fun, happy arc. Yeah, I'm gathering that. I am really gathering that. Is White Castle ever a fun place? Oh, in a second viewing of the scene, I noticed that the G and S stream was full of wrong guesses. Everyone thought it was Percy's family hanging. That's exactly where my mind went. I thought that these were going to be people that Matt and Taliesin had talked about ahead of time, and that these were either going to be people on the list or Percy's family or both. Yeah, I did not expect that. This is the shit just got real moment. Yeah. GNS chat, you gonna die is what? Consider this moment as the first start of CR post Tibbs. Yeah, fair enough. In my mind, this is definitely a level up moment. Yeah. And if you think that was dark, wait till Kima actually turns back. Yeah, I'll just wait. Kima's gonna have like an absolutely horrific arc after this. Like, just it goes full. We just switched systems into Call of Cthulhu, and I didn't even know. No spoilers. Oh my god. I like the touch that they couldn't find gnomes, so they took a child. Yeah, man. That is. Oh, yeah. Kima's the one who put the bodies on the trees. Yeah. Woof. I'm going to keep it at a slower speed for a sec.
And below it, approaching, it looks like each one of these bodies has been dressed up. It looks like the color in the redhead's hair has been smeared through with paint. The person who's been painted red has been slapdash. You gather with a moment of looking at it, these were not individuals that were caught this way. This was set up as a message.
Oh.
Keep walking, keep your head down, and keep walking.
Oh my god.
I don't think they're here.
Oh my god.
I don't think they're here.
You mean in town? Of course they are.
No. Remember, they have to, like, be where the soil they came from is?
No, they have like hideouts. They don't have to be where the soil they came from.
I don't think they're here.
They're in
They knew we were coming.
They're in their keep, buried deep.
Okay.
You guys continue past down this pathway. There's other buildings you see in the vicinity that, look abandoned or for the most part unoccupied. I'd say about 1 in every 3 buildings.
Man, I don't know. I don't want to step on Matt's toes. I don't want to tell him how to DM his game because this is like totally personal preference, but I feel like you end the session there, right? Like, I feel like you just end the session on devastation. And then you get to start it narrating them standing in front of this tree and being like, what do you do? And maybe he has other plans. Maybe there's other shit left to happen in this episode. I don't fucking know. But I feel like that is just such a moment to end on. I don't know. Moral dilemma not on this bingo card. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. And one moment at the Sun Tree Matt makes the party feel like the citizens of Whitestone 1,000%. Reminds me of shit we talked about during book club of like sometimes this type of narration, like it is really important to make the players feel like they're characters. And that is why, like, talking about like the 8 bodies hanging on the tree, that is terrible. That is horrific. That is something that hopefully most of us in modern day don't have to see and like deal with the horror of. But it's something that's really easy for us to abstract in our heads. And not only does this plot point get the characters more invested, but the gratuitousness of this thing, the scale up, is going to help the players feel more like their characters would have felt, even at potentially just seeing these 8 bodies strung up. Like, it's hard to get players to that same level with their players, and sometimes you have to go kind of extreme with it in a lot of different ways. But that's, yeah. And the fact that they probably hunted and hung up a bear to represent Trinket as one of the people hung, yeah. Oh, yeah. One of the few times Matt misses when to end a session, yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's a mic drop moment. And, you know, but how can I criticize him after that moment? It was amazing. I'm telling him how to eat the delicious cake that he cooked. Like, he can eat the cake however he wants, man. It's the fireworks extravaganza. So was Keela standing alive when they hammered the antlers? Oh. Just leave the session hanging. Jesus Christ.
This looks like it's in
Imagine you sick reacting to that. I'm so glad I didn't finish. Again, I'm still not at 100%. I was at like 50% last time. I am so glad I stopped, because I would not have been able to give that the attention it deserved, especially because it would have been getting later at night. I would have been tired. Like, woof. Gotta go now. Getting late over here, and that was the scene I was waiting for. Fair enough, Heath. Yeah. Get out of here. Thank you everyone for joining. I don't think we have very much longer, so we'll be finishing out soon. But yeah, what a ride, what a scene. Damn.
Did we see this big building right here as we walked by? Yeah, that big one.
You guys made this path. You can see a little bit. You can see
I should know what it is anyway.
Iron fence. It used to belong to one of the noble families of Whitestone. Each one of these large buildings here, these 3, and you remember this, were the 3 families that ran the town.
Can't go anywhere near those buildings. We have
Question.
to stay as far away from them as humanly possible.
Question. You said there were 8 bodies?
That is an interesting counterpoint. I think, there's a delicate dance here. There's, especially when it comes to how to end a session. I think I have more, how do I say it? I think I have more confidence about how to start a session. And I feel much more confident in giving that advice, but how to end a session is much harder. And with this especially, you're right. They wouldn't get their real reactions of like, how do they feel in that moment? But there's also an aspect to it of what do I want to call it? Like the Lost effect or the Breaking Bad effect, where when we used to have, the pre-Netflix days, or the Game of Thrones effect is probably a better way to put it. Pre-Netflix, when you had to wait a week, everyone would get together after an episode dropped, and they would all talk about the episode. They'd be so excited. They'd talk about the episode. And then that would build up a lot of height and discussion and hype. I said hype around the episode before the next one dropped. And so ending it on something big that people would be talking about after the session itself or the episode itself was really important towards getting that effect and keeping people really excited for the game. So there's like there's like several competing like meta things of like, do you make the in-game narrative potentially more satisfying and more real and get more player investment in that way because you waited to get the players like real legitimate reactions and you left it off there? Or do you give them a week to hypothesize and to think and to debate in their own heads, keeping the like treadmill of the game alive in their heads and making them even more excited for the next session. I do not have an answer there. That is like a legitimate, like, it's probably going to be different each and every time, and these factors need to be like weighed against each other individually. But yeah, it's hard when you have that good of a moment, like to try and nitpick of like, how could it have been even better? Like, it was so good already. He wants to know where they are going so he knows where to start instead of having the entire town prepped. And that is very fair, especially when, he's still full time. He's maybe doesn't have this whole town prepped out yet. Although I would somewhat argue that when he knows that they're traveling here, he should probably have most of Whitestone prepped by this point. Like, they've been going to Whitestone for about 3 sessions. Am I going crazy here? But I think it's been like 2 or 3 sessions at least. So I feel like Whitestone should be pretty prepped at this point. But I do still think that's a super fair point, SSH, of, dropping them on that cliffhanger is really cool, but maybe it does make it harder to prep because you have no idea what they're going to do after that. So that's totally fair. Yeah, water cooler shows. Yeah, exactly. Slow drowned. Yeah. The Lost Conspiracy Theory sessions. That's what I'm saying. So it's like that effect is really good. Like, that is something that DMs should strive for, is accessing that type of like water cooler conspiracy theory session type stuff. You want your players to be like talking about the session out of game. That's when you're hitting it. And it could be argued that they're still going to talk about it out of game, right? They're still going to be thinking about it. So, does it really matter? Is it maybe more practically good to be able to provide them with an even better next session by having a better idea of what prep you need to do than it is to maybe have them saying an extra couple of sentences because they were just so blown away? I think that there's a very strong argument that maybe, going a little bit further while a potentially slightly weaker end might be better for the next session as a whole. I think you could definitely make that argument. But what was in the hatch?
Is there one that looks like a...
They're going to be talking about it in the group chat. Yeah,
like
exactly.
Dragonborn sorcerer?
One that was painted all red.
There wasn't a known cleric one though.
No.
One's painted all red.
There was a bear.
Yes, there was
There
no
was
cleric
yes.
when we faced them.
They don't know about the cleric.
All of us are there.
All of us who stood against them in Iman.
We're all
Body of my guy. Is he sort of handsome?
But that does mean that it's because of
Oh, it's a
they
child?
saw us in Amon.
Oh, God.
Because Tiberius wasn't here with the crows.
Also,
No, it was because of Amon. Yeah,
because of
at the
Amon.
dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can we get like a vague idea of how long these people look like they might have been here?
Make an investigation check.
Fuck, I'm not good at this shit.
Can I help?
Sure. It'll be advantage on that check for you.
Oh, that wasn't bad. Ooh!
Wow, never mind.
I'll take that 21.
21?
Yeah.
You gather these bodies have probably been here for the better part of a week and a half. There is, mild decomposition starting to settle in. There is a bit of bloating to some of them. Couldn't be much longer than that.
A week. That's before we set out.
Why would they put a warning for us here in the city?
They assumed we would come, but they don't know that we're here.
They invited us.
those birds might have told them that we're here.
This was a week ago. This is before we were even close.
Let's stick with the plan.
Sticking with the plan.
Let's go find a building.
Going to go find something that's a decent distance away from the three noble households that has a reasonable view of the tree.
Yeah, 150 feet from the tree.
That would probably be somewhere in this vicinity here, as the three main houses are right there.
Something with a second floor view, but with some distance.
Okay.
Preferably 3-bedroom, 3-bath.
I'd say
Obviously, there's a little joke there, but that's great communication of just like, these are the criteria. We don't care where it is. Like, instead of being like, oh, what's over here? What's over there? It's just like, hey, DM, like, these are our criteria. Just, is there anything like that? That's great communication to cut through some chaff. It's a child. Oh, God. Interesting to note that Percy's body wasn't described and that Keeper Assume nor Lilith were put up in effigy. That's interesting. I didn't think about the fact that Percy's body wasn't described. I wonder if they're planning on taking him? That is something interesting to consider. I wonder if the players will latch on to that, if they'll think about that in the group chat afterward.
Make an investigation check. So it's just keeping an eye on it.
Oh, wait, but Percy wasn't there. That's why. Right? Because Percy didn't go. No. Percy did go. He was polymorphed. Right. Huh.
Yeah, 6.
Can I look too? I've been on the lookout for a building the whole time.
Yeah. I'll say it takes the better part of the next hour or so.
Percy
and you do a
was
little bit of
fast,
meandering to find it. You guys are being stealthy best you can through alleys and such, but
Does there
even
look
so,
like-
you're out in the open midday. But you also
Yeah, he did. You're right,
Does
John.
there look like there's like a covering kind of nearby, roughly 30 feet or so from the tree?
30 feet.
30
no.
feet. Up to
No,
150.
the tree is out in the center, and essentially the nearest building is probably anywhere from 100, 200 feet away from it. Like, it's the tree out in the middle of the square. And the square, which used to have probably more things towards the center, more temporary establishments, have all been put to the sides and put into places.
Yeah, I do remember that now as such.
You do manage to see what appears to be a what was once a tavern or an inn of some kind that is silent, closed, the doors locked and chained. The windows look
In the
dusty.
window, so it keeps chained.
Okay, you go on the side of it to the alley.
Dust of traces.
You go ahead and,
Yeah,
and
dust of tracelessness.
You guys
like a
going in?
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is where we're going to hold up.
I kind of want to talk to the tree.
Well, then go talk to the tree.
the window's locked.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Let's find a place
Not yet.
first.
Let's post up first.
What am I stealthing
talk to the
right now,
trees.
or check? What,
Continue, guys. Stealth is going. So this would be your attempting to unlock the window.
oh, unlock. Okay, so that's a 22.
22. Okay, it takes a little bit to kind of jostle it and awakes the locks on the inside, but there are ways you can kind of shimmy the glass and get something underneath to push it aside. I managed to get the window open, and as you pull it up, the dust kind of billows up around. You can kind of set it aside. You step in, and the place smells stale, musty, dark. You can see candlesticks set around that have not been lit for a while, and the oil lanterns that normally light the interior of the main tavern social
I like
area
insight
have been
soilers,
long
Daniel.
in disuse.
Is there
I
a
prefer
cellar
that.
here?
If you guys want to look around, are you all going in, or is it?
Yeah, we're all going.
No, we're all
You
going.
Are you talking to the tree?
Yes.
Come
Anyone
inside.
want to come talk to a tree with
Nope.
me?
Not yet.
Don't
Not
ring
yet.
that. Don't
Not
mess
just
with
yet.
that
Come
thing.
with us.
All right,
Keela,
all right,
come
all
with
right.
us.
Once we do it,
Dude, first time this whole episode, I might add. If I could just draw attention to one of potentially the most smell obnoxiously rich episodes to date. I mean, you didn't even mention the rot a single time. Come on. The iron in the blood, the tangy smell of it when you walk into the stone giant temple. I mean, we had a million smells this episode. Come on. Also, yeah, I think that's fair for them to kind of pull Keyleth back and be like, hey, we're almost at the end of session. Come on, let's just all group up and not do anything crazy.
it's
All
like
right,
ringing a
I'm
dinner bell.
coming. I'm coming.
Those guys are
I'm gonna look for a brothel.
You all make your way
It's going
in.
to be the saddest brothel.
brothel.
You find your way inside the abandoned tavern, and it is what was this giant L-shaped building.
We're
right
gonna
here in the
start a
corner
business.
of the town square.
Everyone gets citadels and
There's a second floor.
strongholds.
Approximately runs 20 rooms. They're all currently unlocked. Some of them left open. The bedding covered in dust. Some of it looks like it was left in a hurry.
Yeah, we'll take it.
There is a cellar.
Yeah.
You find the cellar, and down there are a number of empty barrels and a couple of ones that are still full. One that appears to be almost like a heavy whiskey barrel. Probably about 20 untouched wine bottles.
Nice.
And a little bit of ale, but it looks like a lot of the ale was either completely used or taken with whoever left an abandoned premise.
All right, I don't want to nitpick, but you guys know that I really do. I really do want to nitpick. Why are we talking about the wine? Why? Cool. Send it in a text. Have it be the intro to next session. Be like, yeah, you guys looked around the brothel, or it's not the brothel, the tavern. This is what all of you found. Like, we don't care about the wine and the alcohol. I mean, for Grog, did he literally ask? Did I miss that? I know that Grog loves booze, but we don't need to give everyone everything they love constantly. This is like I'm more than happy with the cellar having some booze in it, but like next session, let the feeling sink in. Don't have us do bookkeeping when you just assaulted our morality like that. Come on. Smell FBI breaking down the door. Hey, they might find 28 gold. You never know. I feel in this town, the booze would have been long gone. Yeah, this place would have already been ransacked and looted of the booze. You're probably right. You're unironically probably right. Mega's not gonna like the fighting bit. Yeah. Is talking about the cartoon spoilers? Ooh. Not really. I don't know. It's borderline to the point where it's like, unless it's like super applicable. Like, I probably am going to go and watch the cartoon at some point, and I will make some sort of content out of it. But also, by that point, I'll know all the major plot beats. So it's like, I don't know that it matters that much. Grog loves booze, Vex loves money, Scanlan loves women, Vax loves his sister, Keyleth loves nature, and Percy loves to roll nat 20s. And that's the party. Ding, ding,
We
ding,
could
ding,
definitely
ding.
use these for explosions if we need them.
Or to drink.
Muscle relaxers. Is there a view of the tree from
From a number of the rooms up top. Not every room has a window, but it's like every third room on that side of the building does have a view of the entire square.
Can I get an eye as to how far away it is?
It's, I'd say, probably about 200 feet.
I am unaware of the 1D&D bastions, Daniel. So no. I can look them up. We're not too late. So after this session, I can look them up really quick and live react.
150 feet.
Can you go invisible and still talk to the tree?
I can make her invisible. She can talk to
Can you talk to the tree if you're
only
invisible?
for an hour.
If you cast a spell while invisible, unless it's greater invisibility, it will drop the illusion.
I can make her invisible.
I got an idea.
We can burrow under. We can
Yeah.
find something closer.
Yeah. Actually, what are we up to right now? We do anything? Are we busy?
Well, there are windows on the first floor, right?
There are some
Your
windows at the
basement.
top, and there's
Can I-
windows
we
on
are
the
in
That's
the
the one in the
basement.
cellar. That's why
Yes.
I went to the cellar.
Can I just
Oh, there's
find
a cellar?
some old rags or anything I can find, tablecloths, and just cover the windows?
But make it not obvious because it doesn't want to look like we covered the windows.
True.
I've watched you pass through solid stone and earth. How long can you do that for?
I mean, I can burrow us a tunnel right now.
Do it.
Can you get us close to the underneath the tree?
That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna move my move earth.
From the cellar.
Okay.
Go down
Can you start carving a tunnel to the bottom?
to the direction of the tree, and I want to be careful. I don't want to damage the roots of the tree at all. So as I start getting closer, I want to start looking for the roots of the tree.
Okay. Easy enough to find old rags. All of them kind of have that a stale,
Now-
musty towel scent to them.
I am worried that Matt is going to make this too fast. This is a dope plan. But this is, again, making a cantrip too powerful already, I can tell. Move Earth is my favorite cantrip in the game. I love Move Earth. It can only move loose stone and rock. Now, as a warlock, I would very often combo that with something like Eldritch Blast, and I would be like, can I Eldritch Blast the rock and then move it? Soften it up a little bit, make it some loose rubble. And my DMs often allowed that, but that meant that if I was trying to, say, excavate a tunnel like this, it can only move a 5-foot cubic cube. A 5-foot cube, 5 feet per 6 seconds. So, yes, it is effortless. It is infinite if you have the proper means to break up the rocks. But it takes forever. And I think that that's actually really interesting. As a mechanic, I think that that is cool, personally. And so, I will sit down with my players and be like, all right, what's the math on this? What kind of tunnel do you want to dig? What kind of fortifications do you want to make? How much are we moving? Because the really convenient thing about Move Earth is that it's all in 5-foot cubes, which makes it perfect for D&D's measuring system. So I think that it is really cool because I also consider it probably not loud, but potentially loud. I think that there are a lot of opportunities for something like a fortune roll to see if there are any sort of cave-ins, if they're not actively building supports. Like, there is so much to make this a very interesting and potentially intricate plan. And sometimes I'm like, let's get rid of the intricacies, right? In the case of Move Earth, I think that it presents a timer. I think that it presents a really natural timer towards that you can introduce of like, okay, Keyleth's going to be digging this tunnel for a fucking day. We're like, let's go out and do these things. Let's, prepare things. Let's go and talk to people. Like, I think it provides a really natural point for that and a natural point for potential failures or intricacies that you might not otherwise get. EB needs to target a creature, correct? Yeah, that's why you have a familiar. You just put your familiar in front of it and just blast the familiar. But you're totally right, Daniel. Alternatively, if you're a pact of the blade, summon a warhammer and just go to town. You know what I'm saying? Nightbot is a sellout. You know it. That way I don't have to sell out. Pathfinder Move Earth says 750 feet by 750 feet takes 4 hours and 10 minutes to move as the max. That's interesting. I mean, it's not hard math to do if you want to do it. Like, I've done it several times for several campaigns on like, okay, like how much Earth can I move? How long will it take me? Like, it's very like straightforward math because it's, 5 feet every 6 seconds. But then it gets, kind of progressively longer as the tunnel gets longer. But finally caught up and am watching live. Got here pretty late though. Welcome, Chat Noir. This is your first live stream. Welcome. Glad to have you. I'm so excited to have all the new folks. I'm so pumped. Switching to TV, we'll be watching but not in chat. Have a good night. Yeah, see you later, Mustang. I think we're pretty close to finishing the episode, and then we might check out the Bastion stuff. Long time watcher, first time live commenting. Very cool. Well, welcome. Very glad that you're here.
Yeah, you get them a little wet. There's no water here. All the water here has dried out.
Some of the wine.
You have to use the wine, which probably actually kills some of the bacteria. There are wells throughout the town you see, like ground wells that are set in the city. There's no nearby river. The closest river, the one that you know of, is about a 30-minute walk south.
It's a bit of a ways.
Yeah. You use that and to kind of focus them out a bit. It's easy enough for you to go around and put cloth over the windows. It's a dark interior, so it's not like an immediate...
Just so light doesn't leak out.
But just in case, I think I'll hang back. I'm not going down a pre-made tunnel. I'll just keep an eye on above ground.
I'm staying with you.
Talk
I'm gonna go
there.
with you to the tunnel. Okay.
I'm going to tinker a little thing. Can I borrow an arrow?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to tinker a very little easy thing.
You want the top floor? I'll take the bottom.
I want to be able to fire and ignite the one of the parchments that on an arrow, so that I can.
Do you want me to shoot the
set
arrow for you?
Set a burn mark at a distance.
I love that look on Matt's face. Like, you want to do, excuse
so that
me?
I can.
Do you want me to shoot the arrow for you?
Set a burn mark at a distance.
Interesting. Okay.
It's not enough. It would be a spark as opposed to actual flame. It would just be concussive force of
Right. It's more getting the parchment there without it tearing or the arrow leaving it behind, because it is a very thin, flimsy.
It would be coiled.
Oh, coiled and then
hit, release, and yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be a really intricate. Go ahead and roll a tinker check.
Let's see what happens.
Very simple. Why would you ever?
16.
Okay. You toy with it for a while. You think you have something that may work.
All right.
You're uncertain as to on its
Cool.
release if it will function or not. So write down parchment delivery arrow question mark next to it.
Yeah. Maybe there's a simpler way. There might be, but just in case there's not, I want to make sure that
You can
this
always
works.
just like slap it up there and shoot it with a.
Well, I've got options.
Or what
I've got
it
3 of them,
is.
so I've got options, but I just want to make sure I
How's
had a
my
distance
burrowing
also.
going? 200 feet.
All right. You continue to burrow through the ground, kind of moving the earth aside, and the tunnel just kind of opens before you, like the clay slowly melting away. And it is, wet earth. Eventually, you start getting to a few thick roots under the tree.
Don't do it for me, Keelan.
And the roots.
Is she not actually using move earth. It sounds like she's using a higher level druid spell to move all this. It sounds like she's using not shape earth, not shape stone. There's a higher level one that is more capable of what it sounds like she's doing.
That you see, they continue past the tunnel. Like they go very, very deep into the ground.
Awesome. I'm gonna kind of clear out a little bit more area, and I'm gonna touch the roots and cast Speak with Plants.
Holy shit.
The only superpower more pathetic
Yeah, that is a good bingo square, John.
than Aquaman's.
Stone shape. Okay, it sounds like she's stone shaping, not move earthing. But to be fair, they're probably thinking of move earth from, and it's not even move earth, it's mold earth. So we're not even, we're all just talking about different shit over here.
Shut up.
Sorry, had
Hey
to.
Wiz, I wish I had some water. The sun is so bright today. Too bad we don't have Tiberius with us with his endless water fucking.
It's Ent voice.
Hi, Aquaman.
Sure.
I can go
Aquaman.
go to one of the wells and get us some water.
Lol.
Hey, he's cool sometimes.
Hi, Aquaman.
Sometimes.
That's what fish say. Hi, Aquaman.
That's what fish say.
Move earth is a 6th level spell. Excuse me. So move earth is a spell. So move earth is a spell. So I was thinking of mold earth in my brain, but I just got it wrong. Aha. Interesting. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense about what we're talking about. 'Cause I thought we were talking mold earth over here, but move earth makes a lot of sense. She can't be using stone shape. That would be way too many spell slots. She could just wild shape into a giant badger or something. Also fair, yeah.
All right. So
There are a few different ways to accomplish this, but it actually sounds like I just misthought about what she was doing, because I think they actually said move earth this whole time, and I was thinking about mold earth. I think I was just misinterpreting what she was doing.
Hi, Aquaman.
you finish the spell. You reach out and you touch the root, and you instill the force of your nature-based divine energies into the root. Silence.
Oh no.
It's dead.
No!
Dead.
You can bring it back.
Time to bring it back. Should I?
You can do that?
I'm a druid. That's yeah, man.
You can bring dead things back?
Dead
Called plant
trees.
growth.
What? This I gotta see.
Should I? Okay, but it's dead. What time is it right now?
Is it wick?
Right now, all the travel you guys are in the town, I'd say it's past noon, probably, including the time you spent in.
I'm a druid, man, and I love that. Like, she's like, it's called plant growth, and he gets out the rule book. He's like, can she do that?
Had the tavern kind of searching it through and preparing it as your base of operations.
Do it.
Should I start it up now?
Yeah,
do
Go for it.
I'm gonna start my plant growth. I'm gonna drop. Can I try to almost like clear out an area to where I can just like? Yeah, I should be
Reach
fine.
up and it's like it's
trunk
junk.
kind of area.
Put your
main
hand
junk.
into the thick of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna strap on my
For the
gloves.
cow.
Okay.
Turning cough. Yeah.
Saitama into the soil.
Hope you guys are ready for this.
Is it gonna be loud?
No, it's just gonna take a long time.
Max and I are guarding the tavern, so if anything
I'm
counts,
gonna
we'll
get some provisions ready to like spoon feed her.
Actually, yeah. Before I do that, can we all have one last meal together and eat a hero's feast?
I like it.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's eat.
So you've made the purchase within Iman for how many of the requisite chalice for the hero's feast?
How many did I buy?
I thought you had
Yes.
at least one.
Well, it gets used.
Heroes feasts?
It's expensive.
Very
It's
fancy
$1,000.
bowl.
I think.
Yeah, it's a gem-encrusted bowl worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, which the spell consumes. So we'll say how many of those did you purchase in Iman, knowing you'd be casting this in the future.
How much gold do we have?
Not a lot.
We had. You can have purchased. Is that just for each person or 1,000 gold for
No,
the whole
no,
party?
no.
feast.
Yeah.
How about you did 3 bowls?
3 bowls.
Mark 3,000 gold from the group's queue.
Yeah.
Kind,
Down,
DM.
and you have 3 gem bowls. Using one now, so you have 2 bowls left at your disposal, and you prepare a hero's feast for the group to consume.
I take some of that leftover wine, use that to make it fancy wine.
This is great. It's
Are
awesome.
we eating in the cellar?
So you get, I believe, 2d12 additional hit points on top of your maximum hit points.
Wait, what? Forever?
No, no, no. For how
Hero's
long?
24
feast
hours.
lasts for 24 hours.
Two
Okay.
And you
D12?
get-
So until about
Fuck is a D12? I've never rolled
tomorrow
D12.
at 2 p.m.
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
That's it.
So mark that down, somebody. Note.
Dude, I would lose real life HP. I do not see Heroes Feast as worth it in most situations. There are certainly situations where it is very worth it, but that's 1,000 gold, dude. That's 1,000 gold. Yeah, sad gold loss noises from Lara. I agree, dude. I remember buying a chalice like that. Nobody had any idea what I was doing. I wouldn't know. I would have no idea what you were doing. I would probably ask you. I'd be like, what the fuck? What spell is that for? Because I know it's for a spell.
An additional 2d12?
2d12.
2d10.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2d10.
Damn it.
I rolled so well.
Or whole overall hit points.
Oh, that brings me to one.
And you should have.
But you are right, SSH. They are fancy eaters.
Oh, I got 2 10s.
Oh, badass.
Trinket can also do from this, by the way, too.
Oh, yay!
You also get other bonuses.
Yep, you are immune to poison and diseases and being frightened, and all wisdom saving throws are made with advantage. Feast is
Why don't we do
awesome.
that right before we go see the Briarwoods? Also,
Oh, we have
We
another
probably will.
bowl.
Okay.
We
We
can
have
do
2
that
more
too.
bowls.
because that is fucking
I'm
awesome.
doing that
Isn't
right
that
now,
awesome?
just in
Yes.
case the Briarwoods decide to come say hello.
Okay.
Or any of the other
I mean, it is awesome, but it's not something you should just like throw out there. You know what I'm saying? That's like like a before we go and see the boss sort of meal. Due to CR, I thought Hero's Feast was a well-known spell. I was not super aware of it, but you know, it's it probably just depends on the circles you run in. Doesn't Hero's Feast make you immune to fear, so it could be useful against a vampire if needed? Going on a guess. Oh, yes. I am fairly certain that is one of the effects of Hero's Feast. It is very good as a, hey, we are sitting outside of the fucking dungeon that has the big bad in it. Let's all sit down for a Hero's Feast. It's great for that. It's less amazing for, like, we're hanging out in the tavern for who knows how long before we aggress the Briarwoods. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I threw a pancake breakfast right before we attacked multiple dragons. That's the sort of shit that you use Hero's Feast for. Exactly. A pancake breakfast.
terrible people who live in this town.
don't
There
wanna
are
smoke
terrible
fire
people in
bowls
this
all
town.
That was a delicious feast.
Oh, the tikka masala was tangy.
I need that
God,
for
now
you.
I'm feeling it.
So we're immune to poison and
disease,
poison, disease, and
frightened.
fear.
Frightened.
And also immune to disease, as in a vampire disease that you might get.
So feast consumed. You now take your next 8 hours
I'm gonna go meditate. I'll be back in 8 hours.
to work on this. As she sits down to begin the ritual of cleansing, or of bringing plant vitality enhancement to the vicinity of Whitestone, we're going to go ahead and end today's session there.
Yes!
Man.
Pick up at the end of that spell at the beginning of next week.
Oh,
All right.
I love you all so much.
Interesting.
Fuck.
I love you so much.
What time is it?
I love that.
Aw.
It was like 8 in the morning-ish, I think,
Oh,
when we found
I
that
want to
building,
keep
yeah?
going.
Was it around 8 in the morning when
I
we got
wanna
to
keep
that
going.
house?
You guys got to town around 9:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the spell probably started
Walking
around
around,
like
seeing
11.
things, finding the tavern,
close.
and then getting there and cleaning out. I'd say you're close to like 1, 2 o'clock now. So you're also taking it slow. You're also being like stealthy and not trying to be inconspicuous as you
Right. So
move
we'll
through,
start the
searching
fight in the
rooms and
morning the
buildings.
next day.
Well,
Start the
I'm
fight.
meditating now. I dropped into my meditation and
Not
have
starting any fight. We're
You'll start
forming an
healing.
insurgency.
Right, we'll start.
Hopefully nothing happens and y'all don't have to defend me while I do this shit. That's what I'm hoping for.
We'll be fine.
I have stuff to give you too, because yeah.
Wow.
Man.
Thank you for letting me roll with that, by the way. That was.
I fit right into my
I had a funny feeling it would. So.
All right, guys. So we'll from there next week, right in the center of the essentially
A
the.
tree full of dead us? That's fucked
evil.
up.
That was some mean
That's
shit,
really
man.
gross.
That's fucked
That's what you call a
up.
giving tree.
Friendly
What a
place,
DM
Whitestone.
face. What a DM face right there.
But not really.
So
But not really.
So yes. What?
yeah, no. So that was it.
Alrighty. Well, we have the.
No bingo tonight. Very sad. Not even really, like, weirdly not close for how many we did. We don't even have 4 on any of them. It's 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, like...
We have some donations.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome.
Is it? Oh,
Oh my goodness. And it's good for 24 hours. Yeah. I don't think it's a spoiler to say Tal feels a lot of ownership when it comes to Whitestone. Yeah, I mean, and that's fair. This is like kind of explicitly his arc. And I have been able to tell several times there's a few times where I was like, okay, like maybe cool it off, Taliesin, when he was like, I would know that. Like, it was like the really minor thing of like where the wells are, and he's like, yeah, of course they're there. And it's like, okay, yeah, we know, we get it. But also he's excited, so I don't want to harsh his vibe too much. You just needed Matt to say you see now. I know. B5 is bingo at an angle. It is. It is bingo on a diagonal, but we didn't get you can call him Percy. Yeah. Diagonals are 4. Good episode. Excited to finally be in Whitestone. It's gonna be sick. I'm super excited. That was a good episode. Good way to leave it off. Oh man. Okay, so let's take a look at Bastions. I'm interested because I don't know anything about these. So I'm interested. How long is the doc? Whoa, 23 pages. Are those spells? Those are spells. Okay, so not as much that I need to look at. Wait, no, these are all facilities. Okay, wait. Let's go back. Okay, learn more on YouTube. This is playtest material. How to playtest. Anything else? All right, Bastions. A bastion is a location that belongs to a player character, a home, a stronghold. Okay, very nice. And a place of power that the player nurtures and develops. I love that. Bastion offers a character temporary refuge from the dangerous world. It provides opportunities for characters. It's up to the DM to decide whether bastions are available. Yup. I'm looking... Okay. More importantly... Okay, yeah. Cool. Gaming a bastion. This is what I'm curious about. Keep the following notes in mind as you review the document. Defenders and hirelings. Ooh. To ease the burden on players, we don't present or require statistics for bastion, hirelings, or defenders. All a player needs to track is the number of each in their bastion. Players can assign names and personalities as they see fit. Love that. Bastions give characters new ways to spend their gold, but we want the gold they spend to make them happy, as opposed to feeling like mortgage payments. Fair enough. Hey Mag, kind of side topic. Are you familiar with Hellraiser? I am not. Is Hellraiser CR related? I kind of recognize the name, so I feel like it's not. But I'm not familiar now. If you allow bastions in your campaigns, they acquire their bastions when they reach level 5. Oh, they just get it. Huh. Not positive that I love that. I like level 5 as like a minimum of saying like you have to be level 5 to even have access, but I wouldn't just like put it in. You know what I'm saying? Horror movie. I am not a movie guy. Like, I like movies in general, but I have not watched very many. Very, very few. So it is more likely than not, if you just name a movie, that I probably haven't seen it. I have no idea why. It's just movies just aren't really my jam. The shape, style, and function. It contains basic and special. Each bastion begins with 2 special facilities, and a character adds additional specials upon reaching level 9, 13, and 17. Interesting. Okay, sure. As time passes, characters take bastion turns to reflect the activity occurring in their bastions, whether or not the characters are present. A bastion turn occurs every 7 days of in-game time, though the DM can alter the frequency of bastion turns. Yep, solid. On a bastion turn, a character can issue orders to the special facilities in their bastion or issue the maintain order to the entire bastion. Sure. Okay. I was going to ask you your opinion on what class you would choose to make a Cenobite. Yeah, unfortunately, I am unlikely to be the creator to answer those sorts of questions. I like media, but generally more into TV than movies, and more into YouTube than TV. So, and I also like audiobooks. Audiobooks float. So if you have a book that has, you know, a character. Like we talked about Alamancy at one point from Mistborn, but yeah, I'm unfortunately probably not going to be that creator. Yeah. Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. Also don't know that one. It sounds like a reference. And I don't know it. Great stream, and now for the evening. Looking forward to the next. Thank you, Wired Jeweler. I had a ton of fun as well. I'm glad to have you all. And I will see you in the next stream. So let's see. So they get bastion turns. You have 6. The character spends 7 days or more in their bastions between adventures. You might say you have 6 weeks to spend your bastions. Go ahead and resolve 6 bastion turns. So this sounds like not necessarily a replacement for downtime, but it sounds like they're working downtime into also a stronghold type system. Is what I'm getting from this. The characters are adventuring near their bastions and are spending every night. You might say it's been a week since your last bastion, so you can make a new one. Yeah. Bastion points. Each special facility in a bastion generates bastion points during a bastion turn. Players are responsible for tracking that. Bastion points can't be transferred. Character can spend BP to acquire magic items from their bastion or to receive certain other special rewards. Bastion points are an abstraction, reflecting the benefits characters accumulate when their bastions are operating. Exactly how amassing and spending what are the downsides to this? Like, this sounds like nothing but upside. Is there any downside to operating a bastion? Because I don't love that. Accumulating bastion points, spending bastion points. Yeah, so you just accumulate them and you can just get magic items. Every time a character gains a level, there we go. They can spend their bastion points to acquire a single magic item. Okay, at least there's a restriction on it. Any magic item acquired in this fashion must be approved. The bastion point cost is based on the item's rarity. A character must be within their bastion to claim the magic item. Okay. Other uses. Bastion map are encouraged to create a floor plan. Okay. Combining bastion. Oh, their characters' bastions. Wait, so each character has a bastion. It is not a party bastion. That feels unnecessary and potentially even detrimental. I don't love that. Basic facilities: bedroom, courtyard, dining room, kitchen, parlor, storage, washroom. Okay. Why do I want a basic facility? It starts with 2 free. A bastion with a kitchen is functionally the same as one without, but the former gives you and your players a fun setting to start game sessions. So why are they giant gold costs? I don't know about that. Okay. There's no in-game benefit. Sure. Cramped to roomy. Okay, special facilities. Requirements, space, hirelings, orders. Maintain, research, recruit, research, trade. I mean, okay. I'm down with a lot of these. The thing that I am already seeing an issue with is something that I will bring up instantly. I'm seeing if any of them have any downsides, because they don't seem that they do, frankly. And so I want to bring up the current downtime rules. I have made it no secret that my favorite D&D 5e book is Xanathar's Guide. I think Xanathar's Guide is an incredibly well-written, well-organized, and well-contented book. And I just want to... And I don't think it's perfect in a lot of ways. But I just want to really just kind of highlight this. Let's just look at carousing. A 21 plus. They made 3 allied. 16 to 22, 11 to 15, an allied contact, 6 to 10, no new allied, and 1 to 5, they've made a hostile contact. Like, there is an active risk towards this carousing. Crafting an item. And they also, beyond that just general risk, you are encouraged as a DM, if you want, to throw in complications. So lower class carousing complications. A bar brawl leaves you with a scar. Everyone is calling you by some weird embarrassing nickname like Puddle Drinker or Bench Slayer, and no one will say why. All the way down here, you spent an additional 500 GP trying to impress people. Like, one of the reasons I really like downtime activities is because they are not pure benefit. I think when something is just pure, unadulterated benefit, in terms of in-game mechanics, it can start to feel very gamey and not leave sufficient room for narrative and drama and conflict. And like what I see here is, talking about these basic rooms, it's like, why do I care? Why do I care about having a floor plan? If my bastion is never going to get fucked with, I don't care about a floor plan. I don't care about having basic facilities. Like, yeah, maybe I generally care for RP reasons, but it is going to be hard for a lot of players to justify spending that gold for pure RP. Now, you can have it have no mechanical benefit, but if there are complications, like maybe, say, a robber breaks in when you're at home sleeping, ooh, now the floor plan actually has some oomph to it. Now the floor plan actually matters. The basic facilities matter. If you're maybe going to face off with a group of people breaking into your bastion in the middle of your kitchen, like suddenly that role play and that flavor and that narrative actually have somewhere to live that isn't pure role play. Like, you will have mechanical fallout in this flavor stuff. And I'm also just looking at this, again, in comparison to something like downtime activities from Downtime Revisited. Something like the research complications. You accidentally damage a rare book. You offend a sage who demands an extravagant gift. Like, I'm sure that there's a research equivalent somewhere in here. Like an arcane study. Yeah, arcane study. Fucking off the dome. Craft an arcane focus, craft a book. Like, none of this. There's no complications here. I think that's my big issue. I want there to be bastion complications. So every time you do a bastion action, you have to then roll a bastion complication. Or maybe there's just a chance that you'll have to roll a bastion complication. And maybe the complication is actually good. Maybe sometimes it's just silly. Maybe sometimes it is bad. But other than that, the fall of a bastion. If a character issues no orders to their bastion for a number of consecutive bastion turns equal to the character's level, typically because they're dead, the hirelings abandon the bastion. Sure. Okay. Wait a minute. Bastion events. Wait a minute. At the end of any turn in which a character issues the maintain order to their bastion, I would have it be any order, the bastion rolls once on the DM bastion events table. If an event occurs, the DM reads the event. Unless the maintain, what does maintain do? I did skip over that. What does maintain do? All Bastion's hirelings focus on maintaining the Bastion rather than executing orders. Issuing this order prohibits other orders from being issued. Each time the maintain order is issued, the character who issued the order gains 1d4 Bastion points. Oh, is that how you gain Bastion points? I see. In lieu of the Bastion points they would normally earn. Then the DM rolls on the Bastion events table. I would make this much more central, much more necessary. But let's go and read the Bastion events. Let's go and read it because I'm interested in these. Because this is what I was feeling was missing. So let's keep going. The event is resolved immediately with the player and the DM working together to expand story details as needed. Bastion events occur only when a Bastion is operating under the maintain order. Why? which often means that the bastion's owner is not present. Oh, God, even worse. No, you want them to be present. How are they going to interact with it? That means these events can be opportunities for the player to take on the role of the bastion's hirelings and roleplay their reactions. The DM can even decide to turn a bastion event into some sort of cutscene where each player takes on the role of one of the bastion's hirelings. I have an extremely negative reaction to that. I'm trying to process it so that I don't get too inflammatory just randomly. But that feels like almost the exact, like they're presenting that as if that's desirable. And I have absolutely no desire for that. And I feel like that is actively detrimental. I'm using that phrasing a lot. Like, I really don't like that. You want, if you want this, if you want your character to, like you're playing D&D. You're playing a character. Why do I care about my I care about my hirelings in the same way I might care about an NPC like Allura or Clarota, but I don't want to play them. I want to play my character. If this is my bastion that I care about, that I'm fucking designing the floor plan and picking out kitchen tiling for, I want to experience the fucking events. Like, come on. I don't know. I don't like that. Maybe make it to where only positive things can happen while you're gone and the negative things happen while you're there. I don't know. I don't really like that either, but bastion events, nothing significant happens. Gross. Attack, lost hirelings, refugees, friendly visitors, request for aid, honored guest, extraordinary opportunity, criminal hireling, magical discovery. All those sound really fun. I don't like that half of the time nothing happens. That sucks. But the rest of those, like just from the wording, I can see like I think a lot of these could be cool. Friendly visitors come to your bastion seeking to use one of your special facilities. That's so sick. Why would I not want to be there when that happens? That sounds dope. Honestly. They offer you 1d6 times 100 for brief use of that facility? Yes. That's so cool. Oh man, that's so sick. Extraordinary opportunity. You gain an extra 2d4 bastion points if you spend 500 GP to host a festival, fund the research of a powerful spellcaster, appease a domineering noble. Also sick. Like, that's so sick. One of your bastion's hirelings has a criminal past that comes to light when officials or bounty hunters visit your bastion with a warrant for the hireling's arrest. You can retain the hireling by paying a bribe. Love it. Otherwise, they're taken away. Amazing. Amazing. Work these in. These should be a significantly larger point of this system. I love these. Like, this to me, yes, the other stuff is good, and it is a good backdrop for all of this shit. Like, this is the really cool stuff to me. Revised cantrip, sure, whatever. I haven't read through it in depth, but it seems like a pain to manage and run in game. Yeah, I don't know about the bastion points. Like, just keep it to gold. Magic items are already worth gold. Just keep it at gold. And you're already, like, a shitload of these already mention gold. Like, the people paying you for use, they're not paying you in bastion points. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, hi. Oh, hello. I have a bird. Hello. Oh, and a bug. Hello, both of you. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is very much like I think that this is like actually interesting and like scratching the surface, but you already have gold. Just don't introduce bastion points. Just call it gold. Because we already are working with that. And then, either do it one of two ways. Either make bastion points a currency that you use for fucking everything, and maybe bastion points are like a abstraction of both gold and local influence. Like, that's fine. But then don't mention gold a single time anywhere in this entire system. It is all bastion points. Like, pick one or the other, I think. and then make the events much more frequent and make it center more around your character, is my initial reaction. Yeah, at quick glance, it seems written by someone with main character syndrome or a big hero fantasy style of play. I mean, look, I can imagine one of the most popular third-party modules ever is, I think it's called Citadels and Strongholds by WebDM. Citadels and Strongholds, D&D 5e. Am I right about that? No, I am not. Cities and Strongholds? Cities and Strongholds, is that it? No. It's by like Matt Colville. Strongholds and Followers, thank you. Strongholds and Followers by MCM. Gotcha. Strongholds and Followers. I mean, this is one of the most popular third-party supplements for D&D ever. Like, I do think that this Bastions concept has an audience. Like, I and a substantial one at that. But you need it to follow. You need it to not be a separate game from D&D. You need it to reinforce the game that you're already playing. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be like a totally separate little mini TTRPG where I'm like inhabiting different hirelings and bullshit. Like, tie this all back into my characters and my journey and my shit, you know? From what I've heard so far about Bastions, it sounds like having an idle game running in the background that gives you passive income. Yeah, which that, I am not into that as a concept. Like, if you go back when they're talking about Castle Grayskull in episodes 25-ish, I think, like, strongholds should provide your characters with benefits, and they should cost your characters things. And generally, the benefits should outweigh the detriments. Like, otherwise, why engage with it, right? Honey, you're fine. Oh, Paige just took Bug out, and Birdie has not gotten used to that yet. But in general, this should all tie back in. It should give your characters benefits, which I love, but it should also give them detriments. And I understand what the designers are saying when they say, I know, I'll take you out in a second. Like the designers say up here, they're very clear in their designer notes, which, by the way, if we're talking about 1D&D, I love that they put design notes. I really like that I can understand what they're going for. And I see it right here. Bastions give characters new ways to spend their gold, but we want the gold they spend to make them happy as opposed to feeling like mortgage payments. They don't want the Bastion to just be sucking gold out of you and for you to have to manage it. They want it to be something that you can engage with or not engage with. But if you're going to have one, number one, I would make it party-wide. I don't like it being individualized. And number two, you want it to reinforce the narratives and everything else within D&D. You don't want it to be distractions, which this is what this feels like to me. I really don't care for this. It sounds like a different game, not D&D, lol, yeah. We're about to storm the Lich's Chamber, but now we need to play our housekeeper fighting a bandit break-in. Exactly. Like, and I'm fine. I would almost have it be the exact opposite. When you're gone, and even I don't have any problem with the losing the Bastion shit. Of like, hey, if you don't maintain your Bastion for a certain number of time, you lose it. That's honestly fine to me. That could provide some very interesting stuff for like, hey, like we're in this adventure, but we have this Bastion back home that we need to take care of. And that Bastion provides us some really cool monetary and narrative stuff. Like, I think that is a legitimate form of play within D&D 5e, or I guess 1D&D in this case. But I would almost flip it. So instead of having it be like, yeah, you maintain your Bastion and that's when the events happen, I would have it be the exact opposite. It is when you are not maintaining your Bastion. Like, maintaining your Bastion should be like a check mark on the checklist. It should be like, yeah, we're not in town. We just told the dudes to maintain the bastion, and maybe every time they maintain the bastion, it eats out of your bastion points. Like, that's an option. And then when you're back home, you get to engage with them. Or maybe if you're within a certain radius, you can make it to where it doesn't eat up bastion points. Like, that should be maybe the cost. And then when you're back home, you're engaging with it. You're using the facilities. Events are happening. You're fighting off the bandits, you know? So it's like, while you're in it, it's cool facilities. It gives you access to magic items. You're dealing with these events and these complications. And then when you're away, maybe you have, this stored up resource where your bastion can operate autonomously without you, but there's maybe a ticking timer on when you need to get the fuck back and address it again. That's somewhere I could see this maybe succeeding. Yeah, right now it sounds like an in-canon one-shot where you play new PCs. Oh, bit. A bastion points of the new Electrum. Yeah, lol. Strongholds and followers, yeah. I want to not provide benefits and less cost when not managed and have an amount of character involvement and effort before it can really become self-sustaining. That'd be totally fine. That's why I think if you abstract bastion points into being both gold and influence, which they're supposed to be an abstraction, so why are we even talking about gold? Don't talk about gold at all then. Just talk about bastion points. I think that's fine. Like, in this, side game where we're abstracting both gold and potential, like, political influence in the area, I think abstracting those two things into bastion points is totally fine. I think that's perfectly fine. And I think it would be really cool and potentially interesting if, every time period, let's say, so 7 days, right? Every time period that passes, your bastion costs 1d4 bastion points. And maybe when you're gone, it costs 2d4. Or something like that. And yeah, maybe you start a gambling den to make some extra money, and the gambling den maybe passively generates bastion points to help offset the costs. Or maybe you can hire out your hirelings. You can host people. Like, I think that there's a lot of room, but I would really, really flip what they have here to be, hey, the cool stuff, the events and the facilities, those are while you're there. And then while you're not there, it's kind of just a cost. Like, it's kind of just, it's humming along in the background. And maybe if you invest into a bunch of money-making ventures, maybe it is humming along and, like, gaining some BP while you're gone. But I would agree, Hans. I would like you to have to invest into that a little bit. And, like, there's the whole concept of you just auto getting them at 5. That feels weird. I don't love that. So yeah, a lot of this just feels like too much benefit and also like weirdly spaced narrative stuff. I think it's a good idea. Like, there's a lot in here that I'm like, oh, that is cool. All of the events I think are very good base events. Like, why? So we have, 10, this is 11 to 12, 13 to 14. Fuck it. Make me 19 events. Make there be a 1 in 20 chance that nothing happens. That's a fucking nat 1 or a nat 20. I don't know. And then everything else is an event. Everything else is an event. Because, like, these are the cool parts to me. And make these much more central. And I think we're good. Everything else, like, I'm sure that all of these are interesting. Like, I can already tell, like a teleportation circle is interesting. A theater, a storehouse, a stable. Like, all of this is interesting, and it would really play to characters like Percival. Like I think Taliesin would love to have a smithy, and for there to be actual kind of mechanics and stuff around his things. A scriptorium. Like, I think that all of that would be really appealing to a lot of characters, but we need to bring it back to those characters and not to a little minigame. I'm going to call it a night myself. Great stream. Have a good night. Good night, John. I'll talk to you later. See you next time. I think that's probably gonna end my opinion on it. I might do, more of a detailed read, because this was obviously me like jumping around, me really skimming it. So I'll do a more detailed read and see if maybe there's something I missed that, totally wildly changes my interpretation. But right now, cool idea. I'll probably be giving feedback that I would want it to be more player focused, rather than game focused, if that makes sense, or narrative focused. Cool. All right. Well, that's it. Thank you so much, all the new folks who joined. Very excited to have you. Excited to jump back into Critical Role, but we're not jumping back into Critical Role yet, because Wednesday is the Super Geek Mike conversation. I can't believe I forgot to mention it this whole stream. I'm so excited to talk to Super Geek Mike on Wednesday. It has been a long time in the making, and I have had to keep my wide ass mouth shut about it, because I knew it would be a fun announcement. But yeah, me and Super Geek Mike have been chatting, and we're gonna have a convo, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. So I look forward to seeing you all there on Wednesday. I know, I'm so excited too. I look very forward to seeing you all on Wednesday. And what time? It is 5:30. Critical Role is always at 5:30, and this will just be replacing Critical Role nights. There are in the Discord, there are events that also like what do you call it? To convert the time zones. So if you go into the Discord, I'll just show it on screen because I can. Oh, did I just drop? Oh, nope, I'm good. So in the Discord, in the announcements channel, there is the Apollo bot. And the main reason I have the Apollo bot is because it will auto-convert all of this to your local time stuff. So if you are confused or want a reminder, feel free to check that out. Wish him congrats. I know, very exciting. I've already wished him congrats. But yeah, so it's gonna be a dope conversation. 5:30 Central Time, and I look forward to seeing you all there. Yeah. That is about. God, I'm terrible at saying goodbye. I'm also terrible at hanging up the phone and leaving voicemails. So I'm just gonna peace out. Goodbye.